Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, go ahead, please.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Hernandez? Councilmember Penaloza?
Present.
Councilmember Fan?
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Mayor Mesqua?
Present.
4 members. You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session?
There are not.
Do we have any council members that need to announce their abstentions on the closed session items? Seeing none, do we have any speakers for closed session, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Thank you. We'll now recess to closed session agenda.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Mayor, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. I hereby convene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break, or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
6 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make any announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference, in order to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time, right now, to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing item numbers 37 and 38, for which comments will be heard during those specified public hearings. Please hold any comments on those 2 items until called upon during the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. DC Henry, can you come up and lead us in the pledge, please, sir?
Everyone, place your right hand over your heart and join me in recognizing the most significant symbol of freedom in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Words of inspiration, please. Pastor Tommy Cota.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity. City Council, would you please pray with me? God, we thank you that we can be in these chambers today. And Lord, just a couple of days before Thanksgiving, we want to just think of all the blessings that you have bestowed upon us all. And Lord, I think of that passage that says, "Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good." And we thank you for your goodness, allowing us to be here and to be present in this city, Lord. We pray that you would watch over the city of Santa Ana. God, I pray for this time today with all the meeting and all the discussions that will take place. I pray that you would impart wisdom and insight, Lord. We pray for our law enforcement, our school district, all the first responders. And Lord, I pray also for all of the Santa Ana City residents this coming season of the holidays. Lord, there's a lot of celebration that goes on, and yet at the same time, there's a lot of brokenness and heartache, Lord, that does happen. And I pray, God, that you would meet all of those that are just heartbroken and sad for whatever reason. Lord, that you would give to them peace and minister to their hearts. Father, we pray that you would be exalted. We thank you for this time. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Cota. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the city council agenda, please?
Yes, Mayor, the acting city manager has an announcement.
Yes, Mayor, there are two changes to the agenda. I'm sorry, there's two changes to the agenda. Item number 32 is on a yellow form that's been placed on the dais for you. Exhibit 1 of item number 32, resolution of the City Council in the City of Santa Ana approving appeal applications. The language in section 1-I of the resolution should state, moreover, findings B of section 66474 as part of the SMA can be made. For the audience clarification, we had a cannot, and we're changing it to a can. And item number 34 is a change to the interim city manager agreement with Mr. Tom Hatch. We are going to ask for acceptance of a section 6 change that the retiree shall notify the entire city council of a conflict of interest instead of just the mayor. And with that, that's the changes to the agenda.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're going to do presentations. We have 2 tonight. I will do one with Siva, please, if they can come on up. All right, thank you for coming and joining us. You want to come stand over here more closer? There you go. Civic Collective is a 501c3 nonprofit organization with a mission to provide healthy and nutritious food to local residents who are suffering from food insecurity. They offer an outlet for the community, especially our youth, to channel their energy into Siva, meaning selfless service, to serve those in our community who are most in need, endeavoring to live their credo of doing good for all. The work of Siva began at the outset of the pandemic in May of 2020. Moved by the difficult situation faced by so many of our neighbors, they harnessed the power of Siva to mobilize the Orange County community to serve one of the hardest hit areas in our county, Santa Ana. At a time when the world was suffering, they saw a possibility to be a small spark of hope in people's lives and began a large-scale drive-up grocery distribution, serving nearly 1,000 families per week, and now they operate twice a month. They operate twice a month at Via Intermediate. For 2 years, they provided over 3 million meals and groceries, both fresh and shelf-stable, to vulnerable and hard-hit communities. They continue to operate regularly, serving over 550 families at each distribution. Twice a year in April and December, they hold gift drives, giving out clothes, toys, and books to families and children. In July, they host a back-to-school distribution, giving backpacks filled with supplies to over 1,000 students. This past weekend, myself, Councilman Becerra, and Councilman Penalosa, we worked with Siva. We gave out, I think, over 750 turkeys and pork loins and food, and it's just beautiful. I have a long relationship with them from the time that I was on the school board, and they asked for assistance to start feeding our families. And so it was an easy answer. And so I have to tell you that the write-up is beautiful, but if you don't know Siva, get to know them. They're a remarkable organization. They do great things in our community. I love going over there and helping them when I can on a Saturday to give out food. Community that comes through, they stay in their cars. They know them. They know them by name. They thank them. It's a very, it's beautiful. And so I'm honored today as a mayor to recognize you for all that you've done in Santa Ana. And during the pandemic, yes, you served and took care of our community. And so we thank you for that. And so on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, we're giving you a certificate of recognition to Siva. I have to put my glasses on, but I think it says, it does, in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the community. And this will never be enough for all the work that you guys do in our community. And thank all of you. Thank you all so much. So thank you. You want to come up and say a few words?
So on behalf of Seva Collective, I think we can say that we are very thankful for the mayor's support, the city's support, and the entire community of Santa Ana support that we've received over the last 3 years. We hope to continue to do service. As she said, Seva means selfless service. We would always appreciate any support you can give, whether that be time, energy, funds. We just want to continue serving the community and help the families that need it the most. So thank you to the mayor and to the city for all
You
you've
want to
done.
share when you're going to be out now?
Yes, we will be, our next distribution is on December 3rd, 2nd, Saturday, December 2nd. And then our gift drive, our next holiday gift drive is on the 16th, is on December 16th. So for any families who need it, we will be distributing a lot of fresh, healthy produce, shelf-stable items, as well as blankets, clothes, books, toys, many other items that can help our families through the holidays.
Revan said basically everything, but we really do want to thank Mayor Mesqua. Without her, we would not have had VIA to distribute at. We were looking when we left the Gurdwara, and she made it happen. And here we are many years and many million meals later. So thank you to the city, thank you, Mayor, and we just hope to continue to do the best that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know one of the youth want to come up and say something. You sure? Okay. They're like, no.
They've been volunteering since
All right,
2012.
so we're going to do a picture if the council wants to join. Please join us.
We get our other
Yes,
guy.
and whoever, why is he not up here?
If I could have Chef Samuel come on down. Yes. Well, everybody, this upcoming Saturday, Santa Ana will celebrate Small Business Saturday by kicking off our Shop Local, Shop Santa Ana campaign. So locally owned businesses are the backbone of our city's diverse local economy and the foundation of Santa Ana's unique culture. Today, we are recognizing what I consider, and I think many consider, a fine example of that, which is Roquette Cafe and Bistro, as they just celebrated their one-year anniversary here in Santa Ana. If we can give them a round of applause for that. Now, the other part that I'm most excited about is not only are they located on Sandpoint Avenue, but more importantly, they're located in my ward, in Ward 4. So Roquette specializes in pastries, salads, sandwiches, and is exceptionally composed bistro meals for dinner. Led by owner and executive chef Samuel Geoffroy, right? Geoffroy? All right. Who believes in providing a place for high quality, attractive, and affordable French-inspired food. Roquette, believe it or not, is also very pet friendly, and I know this firsthand because Samuel sees Stanley Pup every time I come in. Chef Samuel chose Santa Ana to locate Roquette because he feels it's a great community with a strong tradition of food that has become quite the foodie destination with the loyal following. So he wanted to be a part of that exciting wave and share his food with such a vibrant community. So on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, I want to congratulate Chef Samuel on Roquette Cafes and Bistro's 1-year anniversary and thank him for his outstanding contributions to our local economy. Chef Samuel, there you go.
Well, I want to say thank you to my dear friend here, Phil, who is more than a customer. He's coming not as dressed up as that, more in pyjama style sometimes, but we don't say it. Thank you to Maya Valeri also, which I saw her a couple times, and it's always a pleasure to see her at my restaurant. For a little business like mine, it's always nice to see some big support from the mayor of Santa Ana. We say the mayor in French, but I don't know, mayor of Santa Ana. Sorry about the confusion. Well, just pleased to be part of the Santa Ana community. It's a great community, and I hope I'm going to be here for a long time. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Real quick. Where are you located?
Maybe you know better.
201 Soundpoint Avenue, Ward 4 in Santa Ana. Please come by and check out their food. It is amazing. So thank you, everybody.
Great, okay, thank you. Mr. City Manager, we have one staff presentation.
We do, Mayor. Thanks so much. We have Connor Medina from the League of California Cities is going to give you an update. It includes a PowerPoint presentation, and Daniel will be running that presentation for Connor.
Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza. Good evening,
Thank you.
Mayor Mezcua. Honorable council members, let me adjust the mic. All right, there we go. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Connor Medina. I am the Regional Public Affairs Manager for the League of California Cities, or Cal Cities. Specifically, it's Orange County Division. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight in the county seat of Orange County, Santa Ana, beautiful city. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you, but I'm really happy to formally introduce myself and to be presenting to your council for the first time as your regional representative. At your service, if you need anything from Cal Cities and your line of communication between the city and our legislative team in Sacramento. Next slide, please. Cal Cities is currently celebrating its 125th anniversary serving cities. That's 125 years of achievements driven by cities for cities. 476 cities statewide are members, and 33 of them are Orange County cities, making Cal Cities the largest and leading advocacy voice and educational resource for Orange County cities. When it comes to preserving local control and ensuring that cities like Santa Ana receive the funding that you deserve and policy that works for you, Cal Cities is your advocate. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that Cal Cities is driven by its members for its members. My role is to be your boots on the ground for Santa Ana and other Orange County cities and convey your input to our Sacramento team. The foundational principle behind our advocacy and education efforts is protecting local control. We know that local control is being eroded by the state, and we understand that consistently listening to local government leaders like yourself are key to ensuring that Orange County cities have their voice heard by the legislature, by the governor, in a constructive and collaborative manner. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the many ways you and your staff can engage with Cal Cities and the Orange County Division. There are 10 professional departments, 5 diversity caucuses, and 7 policy committees. There is a statewide board of directors that's comprised of cities from all over the state, but there's also a local Orange County Division board comprised exclusively of Orange County City elected leaders. Then this is important, and Santa Ana has always had taken advantage of these opportunities for engagement and always ensured that whether it's council members or staff members, that your city is at the table for these important conversations about how we can be the best advocate for municipalities. Next slide, please. Something that I'm really big on is ROI, so we put the value of your membership in numbers. This slide shows the direct fiscal benefit Santa Ana has received over the last several fiscal years based on the funding sources that Cal Cities led negotiations on. Your investment has provided a rate of return of at least 319 to 1 and as high as $2,500 to 1. These are shocking numbers. When I saw these, I was like, wow, that's a lot of work being done. For an average return of $858 for every dollar invested over the past 6 fiscal years. And I really want to zero in on the over $28.5 million in CARES Act funding the city received a couple of years ago, followed by $128 million from the American Rescue Plan the following year. And again, it was Cal Cities that was at the table with congressional leaders, with the National League of Cities, making sure that Santa Ana was not shortchanged on the funding that you should be allocated. Next slide, please. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this year, your colleagues on city councils throughout Orange County elected Councilmember Panelosa to serve as your division's 2nd vice president, and Councilmember Fan to serve as your representative for the 2nd supervisorial district. Santa Ana is the only city that has 2 representatives on this board, and I'm extremely grateful to have your leadership guiding this division. Orange County needs strong representation to make sure that our region's voice is heard when cities statewide develop policy. Councilmember Fan will also serve on our Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Policy Committee in 2024, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez served on this year's Revenue and Taxation Committee as the Latino Caucus's representative. Appreciate your time and expertise, all of you, so thank you again for being a part of the process that we strive to create. Next slide, please. Lastly, I just want to touch on a handful of legislative successes and priorities that our membership has driven this past year and moving forward, looking ahead to 2024. So first, we were crucial in persuading the legislature to set ACA 13 for the next November's ballot. It will appear alongside a different ballot measure being pushed by the California Business Roundtable. I call it the CBRT measure, that would in short make it much more difficult for the city to change its fee schedule and would expose the city to endless litigation that threatens the quality of your services and the scope of your city's services. The CBRT measure will also raise the voter threshold for certain revenue-raising measures to 2/3 rather than the current simple majority required. ACA 13 would require that CBRT measure to get a 2/3 supermajority to become law, the very same supermajority that measure seeks to impose on you. So I'm happy to follow up with the city, with you all, your staff, to ensure that you have the information that you need on this, because it really is a big looming threat over cities right now, heading to next year's ballot. And we're asking cities, including Santa Ana, to consider adopting a resolution opposing the CBRT measure. It'd be an important step towards rallying cities statewide. Santa Ana is a powerful voice, and you'd be in good company with over 170 cities and towns statewide adopting their own resolutions. Cal Cities also supported SB 43, a bill signed into law updating state conservatorship laws to empower local governments to better reach mentally ill, homeless individuals and provide them with the help that they need. And lastly, although it's not listed here, I want to briefly touch on how we continue to be instrumental in asking the governor and the legislature to support $3 billion in ongoing funding for cities, including Santa Ana, to help prevent and reduce homelessness and increase the housing supply. We know Santa Ana has done a lot of work in respect to both homelessness and housing. We've actually spotlighted successes like La Placida Cinco in our Western City magazine. But we also know that city budgets can be substantially impacted by spending towards those needs, and that having reliable funding that cities can count on for ongoing programs, ongoing funding for those programs, it'd be a massive help to assist Santa Ana in continuing that momentum. Next slide, please. With that, thank you so much for your time. I am really excited to work with you and your terrific staff. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, whether it's now or anytime in the future. The city clerk kindly gave you all my card. My contact info is on that slide as well. I'm always happy to be a resource for you, and I appreciate all of your leadership. Thank you so much.
Connor, thank you. Let me see if any of the council has any comments or questions. I don't see any buttons pushed here, so thank you so very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. All right, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we did have 2 closed session items this evening, but we do not have any reportable action.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the city council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items, but not the public hearings at this time. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epitaphs, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling the speakers, I'd like to report the following summary of emails provided as of today. As of 3 p.m. this afternoon, we received 7 e-comments, 5 non-agenda, 1 on item number 30, and 1 on item number 32. Those were distributed to the council and posted online for public review. We'll now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom, to provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, but not the public hearings at this time. First speaker, Mia Verdine, followed by Dr. Manuel Pineda. Mia Verdine. Dr. Manuel Pineda.
Present. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. Man, it's a close call. Last time I was here, I came for some assistance off agenda. I'm here on a follow-up. Hopefully we could sit there under case number 16-00384-S as in Stephanie, G as in Gabriel. It's with your Orange County Sheriff here in Santa Ana. Led to a wrongful cremation of my wife, supposedly. I say supposedly because I didn't ID her at the coroner's office nor over here in LA and Montebello. But I've been to both locations. LA and Montebello, there's only a card. I went over there for some receiving and process paperwork, nothing. Waiting for the review right here with the Santa Ana coroner's office. Hopefully you could sit there, use your authority, sit there and we could bring everybody to the table. I'm ready. I've just, little difficulties. But maybe we could sit there and I'd like to use that hall, the new administration hall, to bring in everybody because it'll lead to the Sheriff's Department coroner's office and then it'll branch off to all other agencies. We bring everything to light so the community of Orange County, Santa Ana, where's her body? What happened to her? I have a lot of questions. I'm the one that went through a lot since 2016. Nobody else. I'm glad to be here talking. Could only imagine what I dealt with, what I sustained and overcame. I'm at the top of the abyss, and I'm ready to sit there and take everybody to that principal's office over there at that administration hall, the new one. It's a big auditorium where we could sit there and maybe get it even live. So we could sit there and bring in everybody because it's gonna branch out up to all kinds of agencies. But thank you for allowing me to speak. And hopefully we could sit there. I'll receive a call from your office. I'm relentless. I don't stop. Especially what I've been through. I can only imagine what my wife endured. Or what she's enduring. Because I didn't sit there, I didn't ID her. I don't know if she's been trafficked or what happened. But we can get some answers hopefully here soon, Mayor. Thank you.
Next speaker, Arturo Arteaga.
Muy buenas tardes, el alcalde y los concejales de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Vivo aquí 34 años en la ciudad de Santana. Mis hijos son nacidos aquí y mis nietos también. Tengo un pequeño negocio de comida. Hemos sido hostigados por la ciudad de Santana y la policía de Santana. Tengo todos los permisos que me ha otorgado el Departamento de Salubridad, la licencia que me otorgó la ciudad de Santana. Este sábado y el viernes y el domingo nos han hostigado. Les digo, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Dice, el alcalde y los concejales no quieren a nadie en la Central y la May vendiendo. Antes teníamos un horario que no había tiempo para vender. Ahora nos pusieron un horario hasta las 9 de la noche. Nosotros el viernes que esperamos para poder vender un poquito más, nos llegó el Departamento de Salud, el Code Enforcement y la policía, con las luces prendidas. Señores, ¿quién se va a arrimar a comprar si ven una patrulla con las luces prendidas? Nadie. Yo quiero que ustedes tengan un plan y nos ayuden a nosotros los pequeños negocios a trabajar juntos. No nos hostiguen así, podemos trabajar. Miren, señores, hay estos planes, queremos hacer esto con ustedes. ¿De qué manera podemos trabajar? No siendo hostigados así de esa manera. Me dice mi nieto, papá, ¿por qué está la policía? Porque estoy vendiendo. Dice, ¿es delito vender? No, mijo, no es delito, pero nos quieren mover de aquí. Nos estuvieron cuidando de las 4:30 hasta las 9 de la noche, señores. 2 patrullas y más trabajadores del Code Enforcement. ¿Entienden? No somos unos delincuentes, estamos vendiendo y trabajando honestamente. No estamos haciendo nada malo. Hablen ustedes, ven de la manera de cómo podemos trabajar. Yo llevo 34 años viviendo en esta ciudad. Este año voy a pagar $12,000 de taxes de propiedad de mis taxes, de mis casas que tengo. Por favor, ayúdenos a trabajar con la gente que tenga sus permisos. Ustedes saben dónde están la gente que no tiene permiso. Está bien, vayan y chequeenlos. Si no tienen permisos, muévanlos. Pero nosotros que tenemos todo, tengo mi licencia donde pago mis taxes también. ¿Qué puedo hacer yo para que ustedes nos ayuden a nosotros? Y ahorita tenemos poquitas trocas. Ahorita no hay ventas, el negocio está malo. Y con eso, yo les pido que tomen una solución. Hablen, cítenos. Ustedes tienen nuestros números. La ciudad tiene todo, nuestras licencias también. Llámenos, señores, podemos platicar una mesa. No nos muevan de ese lugar. Yo llevo 5 años trabajando en ese lugar, con todos mis permisos. Álvaro Núñez me puso hace 5 años allí. Me movió a otra calle. Dice, aquí nadie te va a mover. ¿Y qué pasó? Hace 2 años también fueron y me quisieron mover. El 18 de agosto fueron y nos movieron de allí. ¿Qué podemos hacer, señores? Hay que hablar, ayudar a la comunidad. Ustedes son para que trabajen para nosotros y nosotros para ustedes. Y podemos ser una Santana. Santana es muy bonito, muy bello. Llevo 34 años viviendo aquí y créanme, Santana es una chulada de ciudad. Y gracias por la oportunidad que me dieron.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I've been living in Santana for 34 years, and I'm here to ask for something. My children are here, my grandchildren grew up here, and I have a food business, but I have been harassed by the City of Santa Ana and the Santa Ana Police Department, and I have all my permits from the City of Santa Ana. On Saturday and Friday and last Sunday, I was being harassed. I was not allowed to sell on Central and Main Street. We're supposed to be there until 9 p.m. On Friday, I wanted to be there that's when we sell more. And health code showed up, the police showed up with lights flashing over there. Of course, when there's lights flashing, people are not going to come and stop and buy. And we need to have a plan to help the small businesses, not to harass people. We need to have plans so that we can work together, you with us, and we can work with you, not harassing people. My grandson asked me, Grandpa, what are they doing here? Is selling illegal? And I said, no, it's not illegal. They were there from 4:30 to 9 p.m. 2 police cars were there. We're not doing anything wrong. I've been here living in Santa Ana for 34 years. This year I'm going to be paying about $12,000 in property taxes for my properties, and we need to help people get permits. I pay my taxes. You need to do something to help us. We're not allowed to sell, so we need to find a solution. You have our numbers. Please call us. You have all our information, all our numbers, and our licenses. This has not happened before. I was moved I've been there for 5 years. I was moved. Alvaro Nunez said I could be there 5 years ago, and on August 18th, they moved us again. So you need to help the community. Santa Ana is a beautiful city. I've been here for 34 years, and Santa Ana is beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next speaker, Antonio Quiros. After Antonio will be Betty Lopez.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Vengo por el tema de que necesitamos ayuda con la ciudad de Santa Ana. Tengo un pequeño negocio que es una lonchera. Estamos ubicado en la central y nos están como acosando, siguiendo la policía con el departamento de la ciudad. Y nos están moviendo y nos tiran las luces cuando estamos con los clientes y le están dando tic a los clientes, y necesitamos que nos apoyen donde podemos trabajar, porque nosotros tenemos nuestros permisos, tenemos todo en regla, pagando taxi, pagando los permisos de la ciudad, health department, y pues no es justo que nos estén moviendo o nos están quitando y moviendo un lugar a otro lugar. Y queremos trabajar y seguir en esta ciudad que vamos, que sí, por años estando aquí en esta ciudad hermosa, y que necesitamos ayuda, de verdad, para seguir trabajando y construyendo más impuestos para esta ciudad. Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good evening. I'm here because we need help from the city of Santa Ana. I have a small business, a lunch truck, and we are being harassed by the police, by the city. I have my lunch truck around Central as well, and they keep moving us. The police comes by and they light us up, and the clients are there and they give tickets to our clients. You want to move us, where do you want to move us? We have all the permits, we pay our taxes, we have our health department documents, and it's not fair that you want to keep moving us from place to place. We'd like to stay here. It's a beautiful city, but we've been here for many years, and we need your help so that we can pay more taxes for the city. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mire, venimos por la misma petición, ¿verdad? Gracias por su atención, por nuestras peticiones. Venimos a ver también, pues, por el mismo asunto de que las loncheras no nos dejan trabajar con papeles en reglas. Y anteriormente nos quitaron, a ver, las carnes, las salsas, verduras. No dijimos nada, pues, si tienen derecho, ¿verdad? Pues se lo llevaron. Pero ahora le están dando ticket a las loncheras, a los clientes, y no nos dejan trabajar. Hemos trabajado pocos días. Usted sabe que de ahí nos mantenemos todos. Bueno, yo soy trabajadora, yo no soy la dueña, pero es igual. No nos dejan trabajar y venimos a eso. Mira, antes nos visitaban de fuera, de diferentes lados. Decían que qué bonito está Santa Ana, que gracias a los tacos venían y nos visitaban, venían hasta de Arizona, de diferentes lados venían. Y ahora, ¿qué está pasando? Casi no hay ventas, porque por lo mismo de que nos quitan y nosotros insistimos en ponernos y nos vuelven a quitar y pues no nos dejan trabajar. Y pues venimos a hacer ahora sí que nos haga el favor de dejarnos trabajar. Gracias por su atención.
Good evening. I'm here about the same issue. Thank you for listening to our petitions. We have a lunch truck and we are not allowed to work. We have everything. We have all the paperwork. And in the past, I know they took away our meat. They took away our vegetables and condiments and everything. That's fine. But now we're back and they give tickets to our lunch trucks. They give tickets to our clients. And we are not allowed to work. I'm not the owner, but I'm a worker there, but still, it's the same thing. Before, people used to come from outside of the city to eat, to enjoy our tacos. They come from as far as Arizona and different places. And now we have no sales because they keep moving us. They keep taking things away from us. So please listen to us. All we want to do is work. This is how we support ourselves. Thank you.
Next speaker, Abdul Youssef, followed by Claudia Morales.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak to you today about what's happening in Gaza. Over the last 6 weeks, 17,000 people have been killed. Over 7,000 of those are children, babies. We've seen premature babies on incubators die because they can't receive proper health care because electricity has been cut off, fuel has been cut off. And this is just, it's been very difficult for me to watch. And I'm asking you to endorse Resolution 786, which is calling for a ceasefire. Too many people have died. These are not numbers. They're actual people. These are fathers and mothers, sons and daughters. These are grandparents. These are journalists, healthcare workers. There was a journalist by the name of Muhammad who one night he was out doing his job and he came home to find out that his home had been bombed. And 4 out of his 5 children were murdered. And 4 of his siblings were also killed in the same moment. And it's just something that is extremely difficult to imagine. And what's, as an American, I feel guilty because our government sends $3.8 billion every single year in military aid to Israel, and we're enabling this slaughter of children that is happening in Gaza today. And that money could be used here in Santa Ana. I see the homeless people outside the government buildings. We need support in healthcare. We need different things at home, and that money is being used to actually harm people and to kill them. So I would really appreciate it if our city council can endorse this House of Representatives Resolution 786 calling for a ceasefire and immediate end to the bombing that is, it's indiscriminate. You have hospitals being bombed, residential areas, and for us to support this financially, we should also be able to say something about it, to speak out against it, and to call for a ceasefire. So thank you for your time.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia Morales Sánchez. Nuevamente estoy aquí oyendo cosas que a veces no me gustan, ¿verdad? Pero es nuestra ciudad, Santana. Vengo del Distrito 4, del barrio de Rosewood y Baker, sabiendo que somos puras familias trabajadoras y que a veces quisiéramos nada más disfrutar de ser familias y aportar a la economía siendo trabajadoras, ¿verdad? Pero veo todas estas situaciones y es tremendo. Yo venía a festejar lo que es la no destitución. Me sentía tan feliz porque dije, wow, 17 millones de inquilinos en California y contar con representantes que nos entiendan, que sepan lo que es, ¿verdad? Que no te avisan que venden el edificio donde tú vives, que es lo que me pasó, ¿verdad? Y dije, wow, tremendo, pero me siento feliz a pesar de que he tenido mucho miedo viviendo aquí en Santana por todas estas situaciones de la policía, de esto, del otro. Aún así me siento feliz de poder tener voz, de poder hablar aún en español en frente de servidores públicos como ustedes, que para mí son extraordinarios, ¿verdad? Que estén ahí, que sepan organizar, que sepan moverse, política, que es algo que todos hacemos. Por eso me sentía tan feliz de venir aquí, de decir, wow, gracias, hay justicia, hay democracia. Santana es poderosa, ahora sé lo que es una ciudad charter. Digo, wow, qué padre, estamos en una ciudad que sí se puede. Y que la honestidad, la justicia, la democracia, sí se puede, se puede. Y solo vengo a decir que me siento muy contenta de contar con la voz de Jessie López, que es mi representante, aunque no es la de mi distrito. Con Jonathan me siento feliz. Concejal Vázquez, gracias. Siento que se me sale el corazón, ¿verdad? Con Pan, que a pesar de que no hablo su idioma, me siento feliz de ver su sonrisa. y digo, wow, yo sé lo que sienten, el miedo que sentimos de hablar enfrente aquí, de ver eso, que nos acosan, ¿verdad? Que la policía nos eche la luz a la cara, aún en mi vecindario pasan por atrás y a veces me han deslumbrado y yo digo, wow, tremendo. Pero aquí estamos, sabemos que la comunidad es fuerte, que podemos y que contamos, sabemos hacer equipo y trabajar juntos. Así es que eso es lo que voy a hacer, seguir trabajando con mi comunidad, porque cada día aprendo más y sé que tenemos mucho poder. Así es que gracias a ustedes, los servidores públicos que están haciendo su trabajo, gracias por defender a las familias que yo represento, a los millones de familias. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Morales Sanchez, and I'm here. I don't like to be here to see what's happening in my city, our city of Santa Ana. I am from District Ward 4, Rosewood and Baker, and we are hardworking families, and I don't like all the situations, all the things that are happening here. I was here to come and celebrate the non-removal that happened. We have about 17 million tenants in California, and we have representatives that do understand us. We have people who support us and represent us, people who tell us when somebody wants to sell the building where we live, and that's what happened to me. I'm happy because even though I'm afraid of the police and what's happening, we do have a voice, and I'm happy that I can be here. I can speak Spanish to you, to my public servants, because you work together, you organize, you move, you do politics, and that's what you're supposed to do. I'm happy to be here. I'm thankful that there is justice, that democracy works, that Santa Ana is a powerful city. Now I know that Santa Ana as a charter city is a powerful city. We can have there's democracy here, and I'm happy to have a voice in Jessie Lopez, my representative, even though she's not from my ward, she's my representative. Jonathan, I'm happy that you're here, and Representative Vasquez, I'm happy that you are here. Ms. Fan, even though I don't speak your language, I enjoy your smile. And I'm happy, even though that I'm not afraid to speak here, and I'm here talking and speaking to you guys, even though the police is harassing our people, lighting them up. I've had that in my own neighborhood, where I was lit up in my car, behind my car, and but I enjoy that the community is strong, that we can work together, and that we can keep working. And I am going to keep working for my community, because we do have the power. And I'm thankful for you, our public servants, who are here to protect us and to protect the families that I represent.
Next speaker, Kadisha Abarub, followed by Jesus Vasquez.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here today to ask you to see Palestinians as human beings. There are people here today asking you to use your voice, your platform, to speak for the 14,000 lives that have been murdered, and to say enough. How many more people need to die before you see their humanity? I am haunted by the videos I see. Fathers, brothers, pulling people from the rubble. Doctors singing to the international world, saying they won't abandon their patients. Videos of limp bodies in the street, children holding press conferences, begging to live? When will it be enough? When will you see them? I ask that you pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, an end to the occupation in the West Bank, and to lift the siege. Our tax dollars are funding their killing, and I ask that you consider using your platform to say enough. Thank you.
And as a reminder, if our speakers could please let us know if you are a Santa Ana resident and what ward you live in. Mr. Vasquez, Jesus.
Hi. I've had the privilege to call Santa Ana my home for the last 30 years. I've known no other home. I came from Mexico. I'm a resident of Ward 4. And it's unbelievable to me that we can just stand there and watch as our political power gets used to cover for people and governments that are doing things to human beings that are just awful. And I'm not here speaking about sides. I'm not here speaking about who's right and who's wrong in the end, because it wasn't too long ago that our country was in Iraq doing awful things. And I'm not here to criticize our soldiers. I'm not here to criticize those who serve us, because I truly honor them for doing the sacrifice they do for us. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. And what we did in Iraq was wrong. And what Israel is doing in Palestine is wrong. And I'm not here to say that we should call Israel evil. We shouldn't. But we shouldn't stand there silently. We shouldn't let our tax dollars go to this. They shouldn't let my effort, my hard work, go towards doing this. And I don't want you guys to stay silent. I need you guys to speak up for me, because I'm desperate, man. I sit there every single day thinking about this, and it doesn't end every single day. And I humbly beseech you guys, use your power, because change happens many ways. Either happens swiftly and abruptly by few people in power, and that's scary, or it happens slowly and surely by the few, little by little. And that's what I'm asking you to look at, is that if you speak up, if we all speak up, eventually it has to stop. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mario Alvarado, followed by Mia Verdine.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mario Alvarado, and I serve the city's E-Tech Commission as the chairperson, but I'm here as a regular Santa Ana member, resident, just to remind this dais, everybody on the dais, that we hold our elected officials to higher standards. And, you know, through the week that we had and the recall election that we had, there's been rumblings from polarizing figures that might be in the audience that are definitely watching. And my presence here is, my comments are to remind this body of elected officials that the city really does hold you to higher standards when it comes to decorum, when it comes to communication within each other and what happens in these meetings. And so my expectation, and as well as other residents, is that we don't allow these figures to be right, that we don't allow this meeting to, as it moves forward, to get out of hand, that we watch what we're saying, because that's what's the ask from our residents. The second portion of my comment is directed to my representative, my Ward 5. I'm here today because I see a moment in time where you're able to turn a page. There will be a new city manager, a new police chief. The recall election was called for by a Santa Ana POA president that is no longer there. And so someone like me that represents or is the embodiment of Ward 5, because I lived there all my life. I've gone to school there. I graduated college there. My first job was with the city there at Lincoln Elementary. I worked at Corbin Center. I am Ward 5. is you can be a mediator. You can be the link on this body because you and I share a history, right? I always joke that I might have you a couple years, right? But I grew up at El Salvador Center, right? I had a homeowners seminar at El Salvador Center because it's in my ward, right? And so there are moments and times where you say, hey, this is the time to turn a page. And everyone in my circle is saying, we think Councilman Hernandez can be that person to bring this body together. And that is our ask, that I cast my ballot for you because you were the right candidate at the right time. And now we are at a new time, and it's a time to turn a page. And that is my ask. Thank you very much. My name is Mario Alvarado, and I am Ward 5.
Hello, good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Mia Verdin, and I am a Ward 3 resident. I just want to wish Mayor Pro Tem Lopez a hearty congratulations on beating her recall. I'm not here for an agenda item, but rather to speak on what occurred in our city throughout these last 11 months. What I've seen is a clear message of the values of the council. On Monday, October 30th, I saw the council vote in favor of an undemocratic and suppressionist election to take place. Last Tuesday, the city witnessed Mayor Pro Tem Lopez persevere and beat this corrupt recall despite hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent against her. The people of Ward 3 clearly stand with Jesse. All of this could have been avoided if we simply just voted against it. Why did we spend the last 11 months having to focus time, energy, and money on something so meaningless that the voters weren't even in favor of? What this proves is that Santa Ana cannot be bought. You cannot suppress the power of the people. Instead of spending literal hundreds of thousands of dollars on city funds on basically nothing, those funds could have been used to actually go do something. I was here a couple months ago asking for funds and support for a youth center that our city still doesn't have, nor has the plans to currently persevere. You need to help the people that actually elected you to the seats that you're currently sitting on. You're sitting there high and mighty listening to me right now, but you need to think about the people that actually cast their ballots, cast their hopes and dreams into hoping that your elected office actually helps them out. You've just seen your residents begging for your help so that their own police department stops harassing them when they're simply just trying to work and make ends meet. You see your neighbors facing evictions and struggling to put food on the table. You need to consider that when you're making these decisions on the dais and voting, and what you're voting for and when. Please do right by them and focus on what really matters. I hope this is a lesson for you, to see that Santa Ana, no matter what your campaign donors do or what they say, they cannot be bought. You're accountable to your constituents and not your donors. This isn't asked to simply do better. Truly reevaluate what you stand for and why you're here. And consider that with every vote that you make on this dais. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the cards. We'll move to the speakers on Zoom now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. First speaker on Zoom, Nadea Vali from Irvine. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, thank you so much for letting me comment. I am here calling to ask for the Santa Ana City Council member who indicated that he'll be introducing a ceasefire resolution to bring this to the agenda and ask for the rest of the city council members. Please make sure this gets onto the agenda. I'm curious as to why it did not make it to the agenda this week. And now that we have to wait another few weeks, it's unprecedented, the death toll that we've seen compared to other global atrocities. More than 14,000 people have been killed in Gaza since October 7th, and the WHO and numerous organizations have called for a ceasefire after multiple healthcare providers have been killed, multiple journalists have been killed. Every day that we wait, hundreds of people are dying, and it is unacceptable for us, for any reason, to delay adding this onto the agenda. So I urge all of the members here to bring this up as soon as possible and add it back onto the agenda and assess why it was even postponed. Why is it not on the agenda today? We cannot wait while a genocide in Gaza is happening. Please hold an emergency meeting this week to take a stance against the ongoing genocide. An emergency meeting is absolutely necessary given the death toll. These are excruciating images that, as the other speakers said, we are seeing every single day. An emergency meeting is the right call here. Please endorse the resolution 786 calling for a lasting ceasefire, not a pause, not a temporary truce, as is being negotiated right now by the White House and leaders and what's been announced. We still need to work on this. We still need every level, all of our representatives to push for voicing what we are asking for, which is a ceasefire, a lasting ceasefire that actually puts a stop to the mass genocide that we are seeing of these innocent civilians. And again, the records that we're seeing, that's just what the Gaza Health Ministry has been noting as deceased. There are thousands who are missing. So the actual death toll is much higher. So this is a catastrophic humanitarian disaster that cannot wait, not even a single day. So please hold an emergency meeting and please answer your constituents about this, about why it was taken off the agenda, why it was not included as it was expected to be, and how, and answer us as to.
Nadea, your time is up. Next speaker, Santa Ana resident 3. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, yes, I would also like to echo the previous speaker's request for an emergency meeting to call for a ceasefire. I was at the last meeting when the mayor said that this was not the prerogative of local Santa Ana residents. I just want to remind her and everyone here that our city pays annually $2.8 million every year towards Israel's weapons. And this does not even include the additional funding that the Biden administration now plans to send on top of this annual amount. And this $2.8 million that we pay every year, that I paid last year, that you paid last year, your contribution toward that amount could have paid for 330 families in our city to have public housing. Okay, so this is indeed something we're heavily invested in, complicit in, and yes, there are war crimes that are currently happening, and I think we should speak. I'm also here to ask that you follow the path of multiple UN agencies, President of France, many, dozens of Congress people in our country, increasing number every day of a diverse coalition being AOC, Cori Bush, Raskin, Representative Raskin recently joined on, and many others, Barbara Lee from our state. And I believe that this is going to be where the entire country will eventually go. And I'm asking you guys to be forward thinking because Santa Ana is a forward thinking city and join the call for a ceasefire. I won't reiterate the destruction, which we all know about, which the previous speaker referenced. It's unconscionable, and I think many of us can't take it any longer. And we really feel like our representatives at the state level are not listening at this point, and we need our city to represent us. So you would be joining the City Council of Providence, Rhode Island, Richmond, California, and I thought it was a very I thought it was awesome that one of our city council members brought this forward, and I think we should follow through on it. So that's why I'm here tonight, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jose Hernandez. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, Council. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate, just very excitedly, Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez for running an incredible people-powered campaign that will go down in Orange County's history as one of the biggest wins for women, for progressive women, for progressives, true blue progressive Democrats in the city of North Carolina County. There was a lot of winners and a lot of losers in the election, but ultimately what's most important is that this was a win for the people of the city of Santana and those of Ward 3 that proudly supported Jesse against this corrupt recall. And so, for many of us progressives in the city, this has been a culmination of decades of activism, advocacy, and voter education to shift the dialogue around what was possible and who we needed to elect to make that possible. Without going into all the history, we remember, many of us, that before the police chief was also the city manager, Paul Walters. And we had a mayor that was mayor for 26 years that was just completely in the pockets of the special interests, primarily being the police, because it always has been. And not to say that police are intrinsically, essentially corrupt, but it just so happened that in the city of Santa Ana they were. And there was a lot of protest against the brutality. We never saw any kind of change substantial. It took us many years and many failed attempts, but elections matter and voter education matters. And we found ourselves finally electing a progressive council that were able to push things like rent control, police accountability. But of course, we always knew that we would have to defend that, because the powers that be that will not allow any other city to pass rent control or police oversight looked at Santana as a red flag. And so the statewide money from realtors, mobile homeowners, and landlords came, and of course, with Jerry Serrano, just completely burning the city to the ground. He succeeded. We lost the city manager, we lost the police chief, and who knows what else we've lost, but we definitely lost almost $1 million of this sham of a recall. And the biggest losers, I want to end by saying this, were the council members that put their names and faces on this waste of money. And when they had a chance to save our city, almost $1 million that could have gone to our students and our youth, they chose to continue on with this sham of a recall. Shame on them. We will not forget that those that got outspent 8-1 were able to succeed because people power succeeded. And congratulations, Jesse, and all the folks that were a part of the amazing campaign. Have a great night.
Next speaker, Ed McCoy. Please unmute and make your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm speaking to consent item number 32. As the city clerk mentioned, we submitted a statement for the record today, which you have. I just wanted you to know that I am in attendance tonight and available to answer any questions or clarify any items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the speakers that were in the speaker queue when we began public comments.
Great, thank you so very much. At this time, we're going to change things up a little bit, because at the end of the meeting, council makes their comments, and usually a lot of people have gone home by that time. So we'd like to, at this time, move to council comments at this time. So before we move to consent calendar, I'd like to call for council communications so that members of the public can hear about all the achievements and activities of the council prior to the end of the night when everybody's tired and gone home. So let me call on council members to announce their comments. Let me start with Council Member Vasquez, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to give thanks, and I'm thankful to have this seat and speak truth to power, and to speak up for children and working families of Santa Ana. I'm thankful to use this platform to protect children worldwide. I am thankful for the city directors and their staff, the work you all do, for their work ethic, their professionalism. I am thankful for Steven Mendoza for carrying us again through this process of finding a new city manager. I'm thankful he loves his job. I'm thankful for Madam City Attorney and our City Clerk and their staff and everybody on the 8th floor. Thank you so much for keeping this city going through what we have gone through in the last year. I am thankful the city was not burned down by greedy corporations, corporate landlords, and the POA. I am thankful to have Mayor Pro Tem to my right, as she's coming. Thank you for working so hard and staying with us. I want to say I'm thankful to my family, my mom and my dad who watch this every meeting. Hey, Mom, Dad. Hello. Hi, Mom. I'm thankful to my siblings who every Thanksgiving, with almost no resources, give families turkeys and food and clothing. We do this for the students of Santa Ana. It's ran by my sister Mireya, who's a counselor at Century High School. And I have 12 nephews and nieces and 5 siblings who all come and support this effort. It's a family effort along with some staff from Century High School. So thank you to all of them who do the work. I want to be thankful to my partner, Claudia, and her beautiful children. For creating a home with me. So I'm honored to be here and in support of community. And thank you all for being with me today. I'm thankful that we all have our health, the whole city council and all the staff and everybody who's here with us. So have a good Thanksgiving. One more before I go. I am thankful to be on this land of the Achaman and the Tongva as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, please.
What are we doing exactly?
We're giving council comments at this time, so we can move on.
Oh, okay. Can you come back to me? I need to pull them up. Thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, madam, if you can come back to me, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan. If you choose to do it at the end, that's fine. The reason I made the change is because people are here, so they can hear all the wonderful things that you're going to say and do, or that you have done, because otherwise they're not here to hear anything. They're usually watching at home. So if you want to wait for the end, that's up to you. But otherwise, you're more than welcome to do it now.
Thanks, Mayor. I love an audience. No, I really appreciate that because I know all of us have been super busy lately. I want to specifically thank Santa Anita Neighborhood Association, Councilmember Jonathan Ryan Hernandez, Supervisor Sarmiento, Northgate Market, and all of our partners that worked with us to have Santa Anita Neighborhood Association turkey event, turkey giveaway. It was this Monday. I guess that was yesterday. It's been a weird couple days, but with the storm and the wind, families still came out, got to learn and receive wonderful information and toys and gifts and things like that from SAPD, our water department, Cal Optima, OCTA. It was just really fantastic, and we look forward to working more with that. I also want to say thank you to our Parks and Rec staff for Plaza Navideña. It was so fun. I think there was snow. At least it looked like snow to me. And I just think it was just a really magical time for families to come out and really experience being in Santa Ana together. And I guess the one thing I would say is happy Thanksgiving. Take care of yourselves and take care of your families. I have family that fly in pretty much every year now, and we created new traditions to celebrate with one another. And with that, I guess, in giving thanks to everybody, I give thanks to all of you out there who have been so committed to this process, to the democratic process, and to all of our staff and my colleagues for wanting the best for the city. And I look forward to an even busier holiday season in a new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait till the end of the meeting.
You're going to wait till the end?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'll wait till the end.
You'll wait till the end. Councilman Hernandez?
I'll wait to the end. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, Councilman Becerra? You'll wait till the end?
Same.
All right, well, I'm not going to wait till the end because I want to go home early. It's Thanksgiving week. So, first of all, I want to share with the community that on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, the 28th at 9 a.m. at the Board of Supervisors meeting, the Mental Health Association is going to be coming before the Board of Supervisors for their contract to run their homeless program here in the city of Santa Ana at 2416 South Main Street. That has impacted the Delhi area, the surrounding area. It has impacted McDonald's, CVS. Our officers are always responding out there. So we've had litigation. I would highly recommend, if you choose to go to the Board of Supervisors office. Please remind them that we do not want that in our city. There's many other cities they can move to and provide services, and that would be wonderful, but hopefully not in Santa Ana. Also, I want to thank Assemblyman Avelino Valencia and Neutral Ground for a turkey giveaway that was on Friday. Lots of families came through. It was a really great day. Also on Saturday was SIVA. Thank you, Councilmember Penalosa and Becerra, for helping us give out Thanksgiving turkeys and food boxes and pork loins to over 750 people. And there were so many other organizations that participated, Project Food Box, Project Kinship, the list goes on and on. So thank you so much to everybody who volunteered. We had over 100 volunteers. Santa Ana PD was out there. School district was out there. It was just so wonderful. And SIVA does great work out there. And so tonight there were some comments earlier in the public comments about harassment from the police department. If there is some, I encourage you to reach out and get a complaint form and fill it out and submit it so that it can be addressed. And I know that I personally have worked with families that the chief has helped, and many of his officers and commanders have helped with those complaints that have come in. And so please feel free to fill them out and submit them, and then reach out to one of the officers will be reaching out to you. Tree lighting, as Councilmember Fan was talking about, it was great. And so Santa came up on the stage with us, as well as Congressman Correa, so with all of us that were there. So it was really wonderful. Earlier, Pastor Cota talked about checking on those who may be alone or who may not be okay during this holiday season. I would remind you all that are watching at home and that are here, and those that are sitting up here, to please check on those that are alone or may not be okay during the holiday season. It's a tough time for everybody that is having different experiences in their life. And with that, I wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. Be blessed. Enjoy your time with your family, your friends, and whatever you do for the holiday. So thank you. Okay, so I will wait till the end to call on Councilmember Hernandez, Becerra, Penalosa, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. All right, let's go to the consent calendar. Consent calendar items 4 through 33 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there's any request to pull an item. Is there any items to pull? Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to comment on item 14 and item 16. I will not be pulling the items, just to comment.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and pull items 6 and 29.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
I am not pulling anything, but I'd like to state my recusal for item 28, as the city of Anaheim is a client of my employer. And so if that item is pulled, I will leave the room. And consistent with my recusal the last time for item number 32, SWMSRCC had donated to my campaign, and therefore I would recuse myself from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. No items to pull, just a comment on item 16.
Item 16?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to pull item 6, I believe, and would like or have to recuse myself from item 32, which is consistent with my position during the October meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez?
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Thank you. All right. The remaining of the consent calendar, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Perfect, thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays to approve the consent calendar, with the exceptions of items 6 and 29 pulled for separate discussion, 14 and 16 for comments only, and noted recusals by Councilmember Fan on item 28 and 32, and by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez on item 32. Motion carries.
Thank you. Before we begin, or does any council member wish to have a staff report?
Mayor, the first pulled item will be item number 6, pulled by both Councilmember Becerra and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you.
Good.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem, presentation, no?
No, I'm okay.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this item, so this is the review and approve the annual calendar of the city council meetings for calendar year 2024. In it, staff recommends that we cancel the first meeting of the year, January 2nd, cancel the meeting scheduled for August 6th, and then the one for November 5th, which is Election Day. What I'd like to ask my colleagues to consider is, instead of canceling the August 6th meeting, if we would instead cancel the July 2nd meeting, as it falls 2 days before our nation's birthday. And then I want to ask either the clerk or city attorney, can we put a meeting on the calendar as a regular meeting? For instance, like I was thinking of July 30th, but then have that as a meeting kind of as a to be determined, like if we need it, because it is the summer months, maybe we won't need it, but just to have it as a placeholder, if you will?
That would be similar to what you did last year, I believe, where you canceled the meeting before Labor Day and then put the meeting on August 29th instead, but it would be a special meeting, not a regular meeting. So it could be listed on the calendar, but it would be noted as a special meeting, and again, at that time, we could determine if it was necessary or not to actually hold.
Okay, what I'm going to propose to my colleagues then is that we change the cancel the July 2nd meeting, leave the August 6th meeting, and then add a meeting on July 30th. That would be my motion.
I would second that.
There are no comments? Perfect.
I do have a question.
Question?
So with that, would we still keep the September 3rd meeting? Because that is the Labor Day weekend.
Actually, I looked at that. I was open to canceling that as well, but I guess because we do have a heavy plate, I don't know that I want to cancel as many, but I'm open to that one as well.
So I guess because
I am too.
switching July 2nd, which it's my anniversary, so. And so July 2nd with the August 6th, so that's a 1-for-1. And then if we add July 30th, we can cancel September 3rd, so that would be 1-for-1.
That works. You're doing an amended motion or second?
With the friendly amendment?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
Then I second that motion.
All right. No other comments? We're good?
Did you cancel January 2nd as well?
Yes.
That is.
Okay.
Yeah, we're leaving that.
We're good.
We cancel January 2nd. You're on a school break, though. I'm sorry, you had a comment?
Yeah, did you say August 30th or July 30th?
July 30th.
July 30th. Okay,
July
thank
30th.
you.
And we'll get a new calendar once we go through the vote here. So everybody's good? Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez would like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have your?
Yeah, I pulled item 2. So can you repeat your addition, Councilwoman Taffer?
So instead of August 6th, we would have instead of canceling August 6th, we would cancel July 2nd. Instead of a meeting on September 3rd, we would have a meeting on July 30th. And we would still cancel January 2nd and November 5th.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. I think we're good. Let's go ahead, Madam Clerk.
This is a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Fan, to approve item 6 as amended with the following amendments. Amending to cancel the meeting on July 2nd, add a meeting on July 30th, keep the meeting on August 6th, cancel the meeting on September 3rd, and remaining with the staff recommendation to cancel January 2nd and November 5th.
Let's vote.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item would be for item 14 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank our staff. Today, item 14, we approved an appropriation adjustment and a change order to add funds in the amount of $280,000 to an existing construction contract with Excel Paving Company for an estimated project delivery cost of $2,557,000 for the West Willits Protected Bike Lane project. This is a $2 million project that is coming to residents in Ward 5, courtesy of the leadership of the Public Works Department. All of us here at the Santa Ana City Council reaffirm the great work that our director, Nabil Saba, is doing. Thank you, sir. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next item is item 16 for comment by Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Penaloza.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank my colleagues here at the Santa Ana City Council today. Item 16, we approved an agreement with Little Diversified Architectural Consulting, Inc. for the design services for a park master plan and community center at Chepas Park. This has been a long time coming. Chepas Park is a long part of Mexican-American history in Santa Ana. At what point the Logan neighborhood was one of the only neighborhoods where Mexican families can purchase land, let alone own a home. So to have the legacy of Josephine Chepa Andrade be honored in the form of not only having a park, but having a community center that is redesigned, it is monumental to every single resident and Mexican-American families in our city. When I was elected in 2020, Chepa Andrade Park was a part of my district in Ward 5. It is now represented by our council member, David Peñalosa. I know he's doing a fantastic job there. I just want to thank our Parks and Recreation Director for getting this done. This is going to be a historic new victory for the Logan neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Penaloza?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for those comments. Councilmember Hernandez, couldn't have said it better myself. This is a long time coming. The Logan Center is over 50 years old and is definitely a very historic park and center in much need of just revitalizing it. So I want to commend the Public Works Agency and the Parks and Rec Agency for your proactive approach and effort in this park and working with the neighborhood and getting this, breathing some new life into this center and the park. And I want to just remind our staff that as we move forward with this project, that we, create a space where residents can come together and foster their sense of pride, because there's so much in this neighborhood that often gets overlooked. And I know I've had numerous conversations this week with planning and building and other members of our staff of looking at the greater picture in this neighborhood and how the parcels that are, often getting sold and new businesses are moving in, that we keep a close eye on it and continue to try to foster that neighborhood feeling in this park and build off of the work that we're doing here at this specific park at Chepas. So thank you for that, Councilmember Hernandez, and thank you, staff, for this. Looking forward and super excited to see this project come through. Thank you.
Acting City Manager, I just have one question. For several months, I've sent out emails regarding, there's one picture on the wall there at La Chiquita that we've been asked to fix it. It's been put off, and so I don't know the reason why, but I know that the son is always reaching out to me and saying, where is it? Why is it not here? I don't think it will be very costly at all. I think it's just missing his name at this point. So if we can look into that, I know there was multiple emails that went out for that mural, and it's very important. It's very, very powerful.
Yes, Mayor, if I may, we completely understand that there's been difficulty getting the artist to start. It's one artist, and we're working on it. We have the funds to do that. We don't need any action for that, but we just gotta get the artist to start that project.
We're not in contact. We're not able to locate.
We are. We were able to locate him successfully, but we just can't get a start date. But we will.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is item 29, pulled by Councilmember Becerra.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this item is to adopt a resolution authorizing grant applications for fiscal year 24-25 for the Measure M2 Comprehensive Transportation Funding Program. So the two recommended projects in this item are the Dyer Street improvements, so 55 freeway to east of Pullman, and then the Grand Avenue traffic signal sync. So I also see that in item 30, our city is going to request from OCTA that we carry over some bike projects for consideration for federal funding in the 2025 FTIP. So that's primarily the ATP and CMAQ funds. But what I want to ask, though, because in our general plans mobility element, we have policies describing balanced multimodal networks, transit service, where we say that we want to support OCTA and other providers to provide service to our residents, workers, and visitors with safe, affordable, accessible, convenient, reliable, and attractive transit services. We talk about high-frequency transit corridors, regional mobility access, transit connectivity. So my question is our city going to apply for competitive funding for any transit enhancement projects? Because the two projects that I listed that are in the staff report, those are pretty much private auto capacity enhancements. But what are we doing as far as transit enhancements, as far as seeking competitive funding from OCTA for that?
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Nabil Saba, Executive Director of Public Works Agency, will respond to your question.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Nabil Saba. Transit applications, I'm not sure what you mean by transit applications. Do you mean like bus type stops?
What I'm saying is that Santa Ana has the highest transit usage, transit ridership in the entire county. What are we doing to enhance our transit network in Santa Ana? In other words, I understand OCTA rolls the buses. I get that. Street operation, got that. But what are we doing? In other words, are there any enhancements that we're looking at doing, any sort of pilot projects where we could, see transit become a more attractive alternative to the private automobile? What are we doing here in Santa Ana? Not just what OCTA is doing, but what are we doing?
Sure. There's a couple of things that we have done so far. As we did secure enhancement to our bus stops. We have secured, as you may know, bus shelter furniture to about, I want to say, 32 bus stops that's coming in right now. We're installing the bus shelters, and that's one phase of a project. But also, we just recently secured 2 grants from Caltrans through the Clean California project to improve on our SARTEC, which is the train station. We're doing improvement. I believe it's $1.4 million worth of improvement to the station. That's coming to you next council's meeting for adopt a resolution to apply for that. So we've secured those things, and we continue to look for opportunities to apply for more grants to enhance the bus or the transit service in the city.
Well, thank you for that, Director Saba. And those sound like exciting improvements. And the bus stops have been increasingly looking much, much better in the city. So I appreciate your staff and your work on that. But going forward, I would like to see us as a city start to look at beyond the fixed infrastructure. In other words, it's one thing to have a place to wait for the bus. It's another to have a place to wait for the train. But let's talk about how we can improve transit mobility in our city going forward. In other words, what are things that we're seeing other cities do to, for instance, peak hour bus only lanes, and signal synchronization that goes along with that, transit priority projects that kind of help so that, because again, the general plan's only as good as what we do with it. And we said that was our vision for the city, and we need to make that a reality. So I would just ask staff that as you go to apply for competitive funding from OCTA and other grant providers in the future, that we look at ways that we can enhance that.
Will do.
Great. With that, I'll move the item.
Thank you. With a comment only. Chief, if you could take a look at our train station area, and I know the county also has an area down there. There's a lot of encampments going on in that area, so thank you, Councilman Becerra, for bringing that up. And I know somebody had mentioned that, a couple people mentioned it to me, so if we can have Colt go down there and offer some assistance.
Will do, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, that's it? We're good, Madam City Clerk? We're gonna move on now. Business calendar.
Mayor, if we could please take the vote. It
Oh,
was
yes, let's vote. I apologize.
a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Mescua, to adopt resolutions authorizing grant applications for fiscal year 2024-25 Measure M2 Comprehensive Transportation Funding Program. The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
All right, item number 34 is related to the appointment of the interim city manager. Madam City Attorney, may we please have a staff report, please?
Mayor and council members, item before you this evening is a city council generated item. The city council had requested that you work with an outside recruiter to identify a interim city manager. And I'm just looking to our acting city manager to see if you have any further comments, and then to invite our candidate forward to make a few comments.
We do. Mr. Tom Hatch is in the audience, and if we could bring him forward to the microphone, I think he'd like to say a few words.
I'd like to take a vote before you say a few words.
I'll make a motion to approve item 34, Mayor.
Second.
Perfect. Let's, any other comments? Let me see here. I don't see any speakers. Let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to adopt a resolution appointing an interim city manager effective November 21st, 2023, authorizing the mayor to execute the employment agreement, and that is as amended for Section 6, for the retiree shall notify the city council of the conflict instead of just the mayor. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Edge, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very honored by that vote, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. That's a big level of trust that you just handed to me. That's a big decision, and I feel that responsibility, and I'm going to work hard every single day to make you proud of that vote. As I've gotten to know you over just the last few weeks and still have a long way to go in terms of getting to know you, but what's clear to me is that you are united and strongly united in your love, your pride, and your compassion for the city of Santa Ana. And I want to do all I can to foster that and fall in love with Santa Ana as well. And I'm going to keep doing everything I can to unite you as a team regarding those issues as we move forward. For the staff that are here tonight and for the community that's listening as well and here, I just want to say a simple hello. And I'm looking forward to meeting you, getting to know you, and working with you and for you as we move forward. I want to share a little bit about my background as well, because I think people are, who is this person, and why are you giving him this responsibility? I've had a long and challenging career, and I'm finally at 57, really the best that I can be in my career. And again, I'm going to serve as an interim city manager for about 4 to 6 months to support that transition. And I bring, humbly, I bring a wealth of knowledge that I hope to help Santa Ana and utilize that knowledge. In short, I have worked for 9 different public agencies. I won't go through all of those, but the last few I wanted to highlight. In the city of Costa Mesa, I was the assistant city manager in Costa Mesa for 5 years. I was a city manager in Costa Mesa for 7.5 years. From there, I moved on to the County of Orange. I was the County of Orange's Chief Human Resource Officer for almost 3 years, and helped them through the pandemic and a lot of other challenges. From that position, I moved on to the City of Orange, where I served as the interim city manager. And finally, and most recently, I served as an interim city manager for the city of Santa Fe Springs from this February through this July, and I've been off for a few months and ready to tackle this new assignment. In terms of my education, I have an AA degree that I'm proud of from Mount San Antonio Community College. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Cal State Fullerton, and I have a Master's of Public Administration from Cal State Fullerton as well. Personally, I live next door in Costa Mesa. I'm married to my wife, Vanessa, for 33 years. We have 2 adult grown daughters, and an adult grown quasi-adopted son who came to live to us when he was 15. And those 2 daughters also helped provide 3 granddaughters for me. So I'm very blessed to have 3 granddaughters as well as part of my family. In terms of some of the tasks that I understand I'll be working on and the focuses initially for my work, number 1, daily support to the council. So you're going to have issues and ideas and comments and things you want us to work on. I'm going to be here to support those along with our outstanding executive team and our city staff, and look forward to those calls and messages about how we can help you. That's a key priority. Also, I'm going to do some listening to all of you. Look forward to meeting with you, listening to you about your bigger, longer hopes and dreams for Santa Ana, and try to start moving a few of those forward and all I can, and set those up for the next city manager to continue on with those as well. Finally, a key thing that you expect of me, and I heard that from you, is you have outstanding services that you provide to the community. You have a dedicated staff. Each day they're working hard on those services. I need to be supportive of those, ensure they have the resources that our departments need to move those forward, and continue with no changes or challenges in terms of those outstanding services that you have become accustomed to, and so have the residents. And finally, to support the transition. So in a few months, you'll be starting to go through a process of looking for a permanent city manager. I'm not a part of that process, but I'm here to support that process in any way I can, and I look forward to that. Again, thank you for your trust in me. I won't let you down, and happy Thanksgiving to you and to the community and to the city staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Thank you. Item number 35, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, item number 35 is an ordinance amending section 2.325 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code to provide that compensation for city boards and commissions shall be set by resolution of the City Council. If you'd like a staff report, the City Manager's office is available.
Any questions or comments? All right, let's prepare to vote. Is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
You're not, did you want to speak? 'Cause you were in.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll get a second right now. Go ahead.
And I'll second Councilmember Hernandez's motion. I guess the questions is just, Mr. City Manager, if you could answer these for me. Thank you, first of all, staff, for bringing this forward. I know I've been working on this for the last 6 months since the last previous budget cycle that we approved. From my understanding, it came from a conversation that we all had up here about wanting to bring the compensation of the many commissioners that serve our city to a more appropriate amount, as we find it harder and harder to get people to volunteer their time to serve on these commissions. Can you give me a time frame of when we can anticipate having an item before us where we could discuss those specific rates for each commission? Or is this, that's not tonight, correct?
Correct, council member. This is us stripping the ordinance of all the individual compensation amounts. So we're stripping the ordinance, and then you will see the second reading of that ordinance, and then at the meeting following that, you'll see a new resolution establishing the $100 rates for all of the commissions. And at that time, you can certainly have that conversation of what you want those rates to be. This action you're taking tonight is stripping the ordinance of the actual compensation schedule.
Okay, so any conversation to discuss those actual amounts would have to happen at the...
It's about a month away.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds okay to me. With that, those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. There's a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Penaloza, to introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana amending Section 2-325 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code to provide that compensation for city boards and commissions shall be set by resolution of the City Council. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 36, please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Item 36 is for your consideration to nominate and appoint a representative to serve on the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control Board of Trustees to serve either a 2-year or a 4-year term. Right now, your current representative is former councilmember Nalita Mendoza. Her term of office on the Mosquito and Vector Control District does expire on January 1st, 2024. And so the district board has reached out to request that you choose to either reappoint Ms. Mendoza or to select somebody else to represent the city on the board. It is at the discretion of the council to appoint that person for either a 2-year or a 4-year term. However, the person who is selected can only be removed for cause. If you have any other questions. Oh, and I would just note that I did speak with former councilmember Mendoza, and she is interested in reappointment.
Thank you. I don't see any speakers, any nominations. We'll just leave Alita on there. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for Nelida to stay on the commission.
Perfect.
I'll second that.
Great.
For a year?
For a 2-year or 4-year term.
2 years is fine.
There you go. Let's vote.
So this is a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Fan, to nominate and appoint Nalita Mendoza to serve as the city's representative on the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control Board of Trustees for a 2-year term. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Ms. Mendoza is reappointed.
Thank you. We're going to end the business calendar at this time and go to public hearings. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 37 is a public hearing to consider an appeal number 2023-07, appealing the Planning Commission denial of CUP number 2023-18 for Anchorstone Christian Church to allow a proposed assembly use at 2938 South Daimler Street. If there are any members on Zoom that wish to speak, particularly on public hearing item number 37, please raise your hand now. And Mayor, I would defer now to staff for the presentation.
Is there anybody on Zoom? No?
Mayor, if we could have the staff presentation before you open the public
No,
hearing.
I understand. I just want to know, is there anybody on Zoom?
I have 2 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Again, particularly for the public hearing, please, speakers, and we do have some cards from the audience as well.
Go ahead for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight we have Ali Prazesh Kapoor representing PBA, Planning and Building Agency. He will be giving a presentation on the Anchorstone Christian Church appeal.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua and members of the City Council. This is a request by Anchorstone Christian Church to appeal the Planning Commission's decision to deny conditional use permit number 2023-18 to operate a community assembly church use in an area that is designated by the general plan for industrial uses. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution denying the appeal application and upholding the Planning Commission's determination. The site is located at 2938 South Daimler Street, east of the 55 freeway. The site is just over 5 acres in size, and the subject unit is just under 4,000 square feet in size. It is immediately surrounded by office uses. Just beyond the site are large industrial sites containing warehousing, distribution, processing, and manufacturing uses. Earlier this year, the applicant submitted the subject application to the city. Staff review indicated the site is located in an industrial area identified by the general plan as Industrial Flex Medium or Flex 3. City staff informed the applicant that due to the site's industrial nature in the general plan, there was inconsistency between the proposed conditional use permit and the general plan. The applicant was provided the option to withdraw the application, but the applicant ultimately declined the ability to withdraw, instead stating a preference to proceed with the subject application. On September 11th, the Planning Commission voted 6-1 to adopt a resolution denying the requested conditional use permit due to the inconsistency between the general plan and the application.
What is that noise? Is that you?
I'm not sure who it is.
We'll find out. There we go. The general plan and its land use designations were updated in April 2022 after a 7-year community effort. The site is located in the Flex 3 General Plan land use designation and is in the 55 freeway and Dyer focus area, which is an area containing several land use designations. The area is intended to transition to industrial production, commercial, and mixed-use development uses over time. The specific location of the subject site is in an area that is intended to remain and continue transitioning to industrial production uses. As mentioned earlier, the Flex 3 land use, shown in gray-blue on this map, is intended to foster an environment of business production and oriented uses. The land use designation does not allow for community assembly uses for this reason and as a means of separating sensitive land uses from industrial type uses.
Can we find out, Mr. Acting City Manager, where that noise comes from? It's very loud, high-pitched, and is it us?
Is everyone else's mic off? And we'll just test all these?
Just mine, but I had it off when you were speaking.
Thank you.
Let's try it again.
All right, thank you. Requests for conditional use permits can be approved when, is it the feedback? Jeez. Let's try it from here. Requests for conditional use permits can be approved when, among other findings, the general plan is consistent with the subject application. Requiring general plan consistency for a conditional use permit has been affirmed by several court cases going back many decades as far as 1984 and 1965. In the 1965 case, the courts ruled that the general plan serves as a constitution for all future developments. This principle is applicable to all jurisdictions, cities, and counties across the state. In Santa Ana, this principle is enshrined in the zoning code, which requires general plan consistency for any use requiring a conditional use permit. Next slide.
I'm sorry, staff, I hate to interrupt, but we do have an appeal, and these do afford the applicant due process rights, and we are missing 2 of our council members. So, a mayor pro tem and a council member, we could take a pause and I could speak to them and let them know that they will not be able to participate in the vote, or we could just briefly take a pause and I will see if I can get them to return.
Yeah, go ahead, if they return. We're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned on the previous slide, the Santa Ana Municipal Code dictates how a conditional use permit is to be evaluated and which findings of fact must be made to approve. If all 5 findings of fact contained in subsection 41-638A1 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code cannot be made, including general plan consistency, then the result is a denial. This principle applies to all conditional use permit requests, including others, such as car washes, drive-through uses, alcohol licenses, banquet halls, and other conditional uses. It was this principle that informed the Planning Commission's decision to deny the requested application. Next slide. Specifically, this application is inconsistent with the general plan because, as stated earlier, the site's industrial flex land use designation does not allow for community assembly uses such as churches. Moreover, approval of the request would introduce a sensitive receptor into an area that is presently and that is intended to continue developing as an industrial use. Introduction of the assembly use would lead to irreconcilable land use conflicts in the area, which would be exacerbated as the area continues its industrial transition. The very purpose of a general plan in any city is to avoid these irreconcilable land use conflicts, which is why general plans contain land use elements. Next slide. Based on the analysis provided earlier, staff recommends that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the requested CUP and deny appeal application number 2023-7. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Does any council member wish to speak? I don't see any hands here. Okay, hold on, one's popping up here. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ali, so help me understand here. So the application for this use, so the use, would it be allowed by the zone?
The zoning for the site requires approval of a conditional use permit.
Correct, but now when you say general plan consistency, when was our general plan update adopted?
In April of 2022.
So it's relatively fresh, right?
That's correct.
And so with that general plan update, very new plan, I would imagine since most of us up here were a part of the adoption of it, we would embrace it and support it. And so in this area, this is actually one of our 5 focus areas, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so could you give me a little background on what the intention was of this council when we adopted the plan update for that focus area, which is east of the 55?
Thank you, Councilman Becerra. The Dyer 55 Freeway Focus Area was adopted with the intent to foster production-oriented uses such as R&D, manufacturing, warehousing, and other clean tech uses in the land use designation that applies to this site. Closer to the 55 freeway, there was also the designation for commercial uses, and along Red Hill, there was a desire for mixed uses, like the Row project that's currently under construction.
Okay, and so just to make sure I understood this, so the applicant came in, spoke with staff. Staff did inform the applicant that the general plan does not permit this use, correct?
That's correct.
And yet they still, whoa. So after that, so staff informed the applicant, and the applicant still continued to proceed with submitting the application?
Correct. As outlined in the staff report, the application was filed and underwent a thorough analysis, one of which was for general plan consistency. Following that application process, the applicant was provided with a letter with the city's determination, and as the staff report documents, staff met with the applicant to provide information about the general plan inconsistency and the opportunity to withdraw the application should they choose not to proceed with the public hearing process.
So, but they did proceed anyways?
That's correct, and the Planning Commission acted on September 11th.
And that was going to be my final question. What was the Planning Commission, that was a unanimous vote to deny their application, correct?
The Planning Commission's decision was 6-1.
6-1, okay, but to deny their application?
That's correct.
Okay, great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Ali. So I just want to get some clarification because here in the resolution staff report, it did say that the site was purchased by the applicant prior to reaching out to staff regarding or to understand the general plan land use consistency. I just want to confirm that's true.
That's true based on the information that was provided to the city.
Okay. And so I'm sorry for the public, I do know that you'll have an opportunity to comment on this item. Because I know that I have a lot of people in the public who reach out to me who are interested in property, and the first thing I say is, go talk to staff. If you want to build something, make sure it works, it can do what you want it to do. You can't, buy a single-family residential and decide you're going to put in a manufacturing building there in the middle of Santa Anita neighborhood, for example. So, any person who decides to buy property, right, it's their job to, or maybe Mr. City Attorney, you can confirm that it's their job to confirm whether they need to comply with certain land use, general plan, and zoning requirements. Is that correct?
Typically, the due diligence falls on the purchaser to contact the city and learn of any general plan and zoning and other regulations, policies that apply to any property.
Got it. And whether or not this was communicated to the applicant before their purchase, was this communicated to the applicant at any time during the process prior to coming to the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, was it more than once?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my other question is, and just to echo what Councilmember Becerra said, the general plan was updated. Can you remind me of the month and year? Do you remember?
General plan was comprehensively updated in April of 2022.
Okay. So according to the information that's in the resolution, that's several months prior to the acquisition of the site by the applicant, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then my other question is, is it typical for, I retract, sorry, I didn't need to say I retract, but I need to reassess that question, but thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. There are no other questions. I don't see any other hands. Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, if you could open the public hearing and then
So I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We'll start with the representatives for the applicant. They will have 10 minutes for their initial presentation. And I have Nagy Bakum, followed by John McClendon.
Thank you.
Evening. Good evening, Nagy Bakum, 3800 Pacific Coast Highway, Torrance, California. Representing Anchorstone Church this evening, proposing a new church corporate office and campus. When I read the staff report, I thought, wow, we don't have a prayer. Pun intended. What I realized, though, that staff didn't give us an application for a variance, they gave us an application for a CUP. And the reason they gave us a CUP application is because the zoning allows the use that we're talking about here as long as we get a CUP. Now, we can't get a CUP unless we apply for a CUP. If it wasn't an allowed use, staff would have handed us a variance and said, not an allowed use, get a variance and give it your best shot. So what we want to tell you is that we do meet the findings. And very briefly and quickly, I'm just going to check some boxes. Number one, provide a service facility which will contribute to the general well-being of the neighborhood and the community as a part of the land use elements goals, encourage healthy lifestyles, equitable outcomes, and expanding access to the tools and resources that the residents need. Box checked. Number two, that the proposed will not be detrimental to the health, safety, general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity. The proposed new campus would meet all of the codes, comply and exceed the codes. Box checked. Number three, that the proposed use will not adversely affect the present economical stability or future economic development of the property. It was a vacant long-term box that the church purchased. Box checked. That the proposed will comply with the regulations and conditions specified in this chapter for such use, and the zone allows churches, church campuses, as long as they obtain a CUP. Now, obviously, we have to apply for a CUP in order to get a CUP, and that's the dilemma. There is the designation in the land use element of flex, and I'm going to speak to that in this next number 5, very important, that the proposed use will not adversely affect the general plan of the city. And included in Flex 3 in the general plan of the city is corporate offices. This is a professional corporation recognized by the state of California, recognized by the federal government as the corporate campus for Anchorstone Church. Now, with that corporate recognition, number 5, the proposed will not adversely affect the general plan. Corporate offices and campuses are allowed under Flex 3. So staff interprets it differently because it doesn't specifically say church campuses, but it does specifically say corporate offices, and that's what we are. Now, within that corporate office, there's a portion of the building use that would be assembly. And that was the point that Planning Commission had trouble with. And they outlined that because of the assembly component, you're not allowed to be there. Now, I'd like to speak to that assembly. If we were, say, Herbalife, coming into this corporate box, or Google, or any number of other companies, would you be able to say to them, hey, we'd love to have you, we love the work-play attitude that you guys have, but we don't want you to have any meeting rooms. We don't want you to have any assemblies. That seems very odd to me. Doesn't make sense. So on that basis, I think it's very simple to make all the findings, and that's where we and staff differ. I think you guys have to look at this pretty comprehensive book that was put together and note that religious facilities is not mentioned in here once. In fact, I had to go through it word by word several times, and the only place I could find the word church was on page 69 under 1.4, and it was talking about nonprofit organizations such as churches and affordable housing infill. Why is that? Well, you have to ask yourself, why is that? In my mind, it's very simple. Corporations, churches, operate as corporations. Synagogues, mosques, etc. They are corporate companies, and therefore they're covered by this Flex 3. So it's very simple. We meet all 5 of the findings, and as a result, you can find in our favor, and you can direct staff to better understand that they have to look at the bigger picture. Is this a greater good for the community? Yes, it's a greater good for the community, and it will work exceedingly well in this location. And so as a result, that's what we would like you to consider. I'm going to give the rest of my time to John McClendon so he can have enough time to speak, if that's okay, and I'm happy to answer questions after he continues my time. Oops.
My name is John McClendon, and nothing you heard here from staff mentioned Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. This is a federal act of 2020. It's a civil rights act. It is the most unanimously endorsed civil rights legislation in the United States, passed both houses of Congress, unanimously signed into law by Bill Clinton, co-sponsored by a guy on the left, Teddy Kennedy, a guy on the right, Orrin Hatch. Okay, the reason why is they said local land use laws, like what you're talking about here, your general plans and zoning, are making it hard for churches to locate in areas. And so they created an act, our LUPA, which trumps your local land use law. Let me tell you, my firm has been for over 25 years city attorney in the city of Lake Elsinore. We were an easy target on the first Arlupa litigation. Beckett Fund out of Washington, D.C. sued us when we used our general plan and zoning as a basis, like you're doing tonight, like your staff is recommending, to deny a church. Okay, I got lucky on that, and in federal district court, I got a district court judge to say that the act itself was unconstitutional. I got taken up by the Beckett Fund and another large civil rights organization to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal, and I got my head handed to me. Said it's absolutely illegal, not unconstitutional. Here's why it's important for you, okay? My city was insured by the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, okay? We had a large fight because this was a huge bill, getting up into 7 figures, okay? And we got them kicking and screaming to subsidize and fund our litigation in this Arlupa litigation, okay? They got so mad after that, they eliminated coverage. So if you're covered by Cal JPIA, you're not going to get covered if this goes to litigation. You folks are familiar with Arlupa because you just settled the Micah's way, okay? Department of Justice weighed in on that, okay? Don't make a mistake here. Please ask your city attorney to say whether or not Arlupa is implicated here, because if it is, it's going to trump everything that they said tonight. By the way, little cheat sheet here at the last page of this, okay? This is a League of California Cities presentation. I cribbed some of this for my presentation here tonight, okay? It's done by someone named Lauren Langer, Assistant City Attorney, Lomita and Hermosa Beach, okay? Guess what firm she's at? She's at your own city attorney's law firm, Best and Krieger, okay? So, folks, I urge you, you have to look at this because my client here meets both sides of what it has to prove, the 2 questions it has to answer, okay? Is it a religious entity? Yes, it is. Will denying this CUP substantially burden their practice of their faith? Yes, it will. Okay, when you answer those in affirmative, the burden turns to the city, where the city has two questions that they have to answer. Incredibly high threshold. One, this is page 11, what is the city's compelling interest in denying the CUP? Okay. Two, is denial the least restrictive means of achieving that compelling government interest? And here's what courts say. Courts say the city cannot impose a substantial burden on a church's religious exercise unless it can prove it is pursuing a compelling governmental interest. In the Arlupa context, courts have interpreted compelling government interest to mean interests of the highest order, some substantial threat to public safety, peace, or order. That's not simply a textual conflict with your zoning and your general plan. So please, I would urge you, don't make a mistake here. Realize federal law is going to trump your local land use and everything they've said here tonight.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chia King Chris.
Good evening, Mayor and member of City Council. I'm here to present the petition to express our love and enthusiasm to Santa Ana. So we are here. Anchorstone Christian Church has been an integral part of our community for 4 years, offering spiritual guidance, community outreach, and support to numerous individuals and families. Over the years, we have prayed for guidance, and we know continuing our mission at 2938 Daimler Street, Santa Ana is God's will. Establishing a permanent home for Anchorstone Church at this location we have purchased will allow us to continue our mission of spreading love, faith, and service to the community. We envision a place to worship, prayer, and fellowship that will also serve as a center of charitable and community engagement activities, which will open to all residents regardless their faith or their background. So I'm here to let everybody know, we really want to help Santa Ana, and also providing all kind of service for the people here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jean Chen, followed by Scott War.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members of Santa Ana. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Jean Chen, and I'm board member and CFO of Anchorstone Christian Church. We decided to purchase 2938 Daimler Street in Santa Ana after conducting thorough due diligence. As part of this process, we met with the City Planning Department just 12 days before our property escrow closing date on August 13, 2022. During this meeting, we engaged in a comprehensive Q&A session to make sure that we are in realms of church use application procedure and qualifications. There were no indications of incompatibility during this meeting, and the topic of general plan alignment had never been brought up. This gave us the confidence to proceed with the purchase of our property. I'd like to go over two critical factors for our appeal today. Number one, throughout our meeting and communications with the planning department, the general plan was never introduced as an area of concern or discussion. We had a meeting with Supervisor Ali just 12 days before closing escrow, and he was fully aware that the location was intended to be used for religious assembly. If the planning department knew that the updated general plan did not align with church assembly use, why was this not brought to our attention during that meeting? Especially knowing that we were about to close the escrow and we still have time at the moment. Point number 2, Anchorstone Christian Church is deeply committed to this community and consistently demonstrated our dedication through weekly food donation drives, serving around 100 low-income neighbors by establishing our roots in Santa Ana. We believe we can contribute even more to the city. We are not only addressing physical needs, but also nurturing spiritual lives with God's love and the blessing of the gospel. In conclusion, we firmly believe that our presence at 2938 Daimler Street is a result of God's will. We kindly request your support in granting us the opportunity to continue our mission by approving our CUP application. You are enabling us to continue the good work and bring positive, life-building enrichments to the city. This will not only benefit our church, but also the wider community, cultivating the goodness of Santa Ana's future in general. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Scott Lohr.
Good evening, Mayor and the council member. So I'm Peter Scott. I think I'm here to introduce who we are and also let you know why we are here. Our church is made up of a community of first-generation immigrants. As you may know, moving to a new country is a very isolating experience, and many of us came here without any support. However, in hopes of a better future of our families, we had to learn how to build our new life. This did not come easily or naturally, and it was through the help of a strong church community that taught us how to adapt to this country. Our purpose now is to give back to the community that once helped us. When we pray and receive guidance from God to plant our church in Santa Ana, we hope for a place to carry out our mission to serve others. However, this has been a challenging process. Even though we purchased a property in an area that legally allows us to operate as a church, the city has prevented us from doing so, and the state let only allow for the corporate office. City statement is conflict to the use of zoning. We understand that from the city's perspective, the decisions for land use are made to benefit the city. We also believe that these city's leaders, along with our church, are all trying to do the best we can to help improve the lives of Santa Ana residents. Therefore, we hope that because our intentions to create lasting impact in this city are the same, we can work together to meaningfully complement each other's missions. Even though we are a small church, we have people with big hearts who are ready to faithfully serve the people of Santa Ana. We hope that by giving people a spiritual home here, we can provide them with a steadfast community that they can turn to in times of needs. We ask that the city grant us the use of our rightful place to worship and serve so that we can continue to minister to people. Lastly, we are not here to make things difficult for you. We can work together to find a solution. We understand that this situation might be challenging, and our goal is to reach positive outcome for everyone involved. We hope to have
Pastor Scott, your time is up.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor announcing for the record that we did receive 34 e-comments by 3 p.m. today that were distributed to council and posted online for the public. We have one speaker on Zoom for this public hearing, Rima Nashashibi. If you could please unmute and make your comments that pertain to public hearing item 37.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Amesqua, Vice Mayor, and the Honorable City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I've worked with most of you. I would like to congratulate first Vice Mayor Jessie Lopez on her win. And then I wanted to talk to you about the fact that we were looking forward to hearing the resolution.
At this time, this is for the public hearing only. So if this is related to an appeal on Anchor Stone Church.
Oh, no, I was talking about.
Yes,
the-
that public comment period has concluded. Thank you. Mayor, at this time, we'll bring the applicant's representative back for the rebuttal comments.
Thank you.
Nagy Bakum. I'd just like to say I've been to many of these meetings, and I know you guys have been to maybe 100 more than I have. Usually the things that are contentious are when the community comes out and is against something, and there are issues with it. I think it's very simple to determine that what we have here is an approvable project. 1,000-foot radius, the only thing we've gotten is support. It's difficult because planning staff is looking for the word religious facility. It's not looking for corporate office or campus, and that's where we differ. But I think this is very unique in that here we are, we've got neighborhood support, we've got community support, we have a 1,000-foot radius of notification and not a single negative statement made. So I really want you to consider that in your deliberation, and we would definitely appreciate an approval this evening of our appeal. John?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the irony here. What is the compelling governmental interest? That's what federal law, which we're all beholden to federal law here. I mean, we have our state law, we have our local law, but we're beholden to federal law. Federal law says you can only deny this if there is a compelling overriding government interest and the denial is the least restrictive means. I can tell you as a land use lawyer, does 33 years of litigation, that a CUP is not at the hierarchy of land use. Like Nege said, it's below even a variance, where variances come under the California planning and zoning law. Cities have the ability to customize the findings that have to be made for a conditional use permit. Okay, you have your 5 findings here. Those 5 findings do not trump the most unanimously affirmed civil rights legislation in United States history. This is up there with like the Voting Rights Act, although that didn't have the unanimity, bipartisanship of this. I'm pleading with you, please go back with your staff. If you have any doubts, ask your city attorney about our LUPA. Ask your planners about our LUPA, because guess what? I can tell you as a litigator, the record here is fantastic. We have the Planning Commission saying, just get rid of your worship and it's okay to just have a corporate office. Okay.
Your time is up.
Councilman Becerra, is that your hand up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is the public hearing closed?
I'm sorry, with no further comments, I hereby close the public hearing. Do any council members have additional comments or questions? Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to go back to questioning our staff here. Thank you to everybody that came out tonight. You know, somebody that myself goes to church, I value the fact that, you know, your desire to locate in our city. I do appreciate that. What I also appreciate, though, is the 7 years of work that went into our general plan. I also appreciate the fact that our city is one of the most tolerant cities in Orange County, if not Southern California, hell, if not the entire state. And so we have a wonderful history of being very tolerant religiously. In fact, this is where I want to go back to Ali. So one of the last comments that I heard spoken was that had they dropped the quote-unquote religious part of their application, they would be allowed to proceed. If I read the staff report correctly, I didn't see religious. I saw assembly. Is that fair, that it was more based on assembly, not religious?
That's right.
So if I wanted to open up a small concert hall, that would be assembling people, right? This isn't the coffee room at Google, right? This would be a concert. This would be something that assembles people. Would I be allowed to, as long as I didn't say religious, as long as I didn't mention God or any sort of higher being, if I came to you and said, I want to get this property and I want to do an assembly use here, would you have treated me any differently?
No.
And so, is it typical of folks to come to you 12 days before they close escrow to ask you about zoning issues before they finalize an actual real estate purchase? Is that usually the timeline that you see?
The timeline varies. Many individuals perform their due diligence well in advance of purchasing a property, especially commercial properties. Others, unfortunately, wait until after in order to contact the city.
And that's fair. Sometimes people make the mistake of waiting until after they've closed escrow. In this case, they at least did it 12 days before, but for most folks that have ever closed escrow on their own home, you know, you wouldn't just wait till 12 days before to do all the inspections and figure out if this is a place that you want to invest 6 or 7 figures into, correct? I mean, that seems like what I would see here. You know, again, I'm very proud of our general plan, and most of us on this council supported it. I do, it frustrates me because this city, we all know this, we keep seeing RLUIPA thrown at us as an excuse to circumvent our local laws. And why I find it offensive is because it asserts that we are somehow opposed to religious freedom. And that's insulting to any of us on this council who are very tolerant and very open. And so I think that every time I hear that thrown out there, it's a smack in our face. So I'm going to go ahead, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to move to adopt a resolution denying appeal application number 2023-07 and uphold the determination of the Planning Commission to deny the CUP number 2023-18.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the speakers list here? Are you? Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple more questions for you, Ali. I heard thank you to the speakers, our attorneys for coming to talk. So please educate me. If someone wanted to, let's say I wanted to buy the building next door and wanted to build a school, is that allowed?
Schools would also require.
So it's not just generally permitted or
Correct.
like by right?
Correct. Conditional use permit approval.
What about a theater?
Theater would not be permissible in the professional zoning district.
Okay. My other question is, if they wanted to just have because you know some of the public members said, oh, they had public office or offices, right? Which are offices, right? Churches have offices. They need to do paperwork, have computers, and then there's the assembly aspect. But when I was reviewing some of the responses, the application was relating to the fact that they mentioned it was about assembly or a church, not so much offices. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There are also some comments about prayer, and because this is a religious use, that's why the Planning Commission recommended denial. I want to just clarify that if this had been solely offices, where, say, every person had their own office, see the accountant of the church, the minister of the church, etc., nothing would prohibit those individuals from praying or practicing their religion in the building, would it?
That's correct.
Okay. My other question is regarding what is a compelling interest. You know, we heard some members of the public state that, well, there's no compelling interest here, but when I was reviewing the staff report and some of the, I think, responses, what I read was that this area is meant to promote manufacturing, right? Light manufacturing, production uses, green manufacturing. And that this assembly would actually increase traffic, noise, pollution. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, any form of community assembly, whether it's a banquet hall, a performing arts center, or a religious facility, does see an increase in the amount of impacts compared to or relevant to traffic, parking, noise, and other related impacts compared to the uses that are permitted by the zoning district.
Okay, and I believe that was general plan, let me pull it up. We talked about EP 1-9, which seeks to avoid potential land uses conflicting, oh shoot, it's not that one. Oh no, that was conflicts by prohibiting the location of sensitive receptors and noxious land uses in close proximity. And so the city of Santa Ana historically, and as we know today, has a variety of environmental justice areas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in other words, many of our low-income residents suffer from poor air quality. Is that correct?
That is well documented.
Is it well documented that a number of our residents also suffer from pollution in the dirt and land?
That's been documented as well.
Thank you. And is that a reason why we delayed the adoption of the general plan by a year, to specifically address the issues of environmental justice in our general plan?
The general plan did take additional time, as you point out, Councilmember, in order to successfully weave in environmental justice topics throughout all elements of the general plan.
Thank you. And so to me, by ensuring that we don't continue to promote air pollution, traffic, noise pollution, that to protect the health and safety of our residents who are currently experiencing detrimental effects such as these environmental impacts is a compelling public health and safety interest. So with that, I would second Councilmember Becerra's motion to deny this appeal. Thank you.
There's no other comments, questions? So I guess I do have one. I wasn't gonna ask, but, so you met with them 12 days before they closed?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, staff did meet with the applicants before they submitted the application to the city.
I apologize, I have loud music behind me. I don't know about anybody else, but I can hear, I've been hearing it all night, and I'm not quite sure. I was like, I know, we weren't invited to the party, but I keep hearing it all night long. So it's kind of, I lost my train of thought, I apologize. Okay, so you met with them 12 days before they closed?
Yes.
So just so the question was already asked, but because they assemble, I counted there's 75 seats, I believe, in their church. Take that out, they're okay.
If the use were proposed as exclusively corporate offices, just like any other corporate office, the zoning district would permit that by right, meaning no conditional use permit, no public hearing.
So it's the assembly issue.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Let's prepare to vote if there's no other comments.
One moment, Mayor. This is a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Fan, to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana denying appeal number 2023-07 and upholding the determination of the Planning Commission to deny conditional use permit number 2023-18 to allow an assembly use to operate at 2938 South Daimler Street. Mayor, okay. Are you ready now? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries, resolution adopted.
Item 38, please.
Yes, Mayor. Item 38 is a public hearing to consider public facilities naming number 2023-01, abandonment number 2023-03, general plan amendment number 2023-01, and amendment application number 2023-01 for Standard and McFadden Public Park located at 1117 South Standard Avenue. If there's anyone on the Zoom call that wishes to speak on this particular public hearing, please raise your hand or dial *9 from your phone at this time. And Mayor, if you'd like to proceed with the staff presentation?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think they're trying to set it up here.
No problem.
Thank you, Mayor. We're having a few more technical difficulties. I think the music interfered in our PowerPoint.
I think the music's interfered a lot tonight.
Yeah, but
Where
we're
is
taking
Hawk?
care of it. We'll be right on it.
We're gonna have a conversation with Hawk here, so. All right, if you give us a minute, then we'll get started soon.
No, all the PowerPoints disappeared.
I don't know, Chief, you changed seats. It's never happened before. I don't know what happened.
Right. Okay.
Are we ready? All right, let's do it.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua again, and members of the City Council. Next slide, please. This is a request by the Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and Planning and Building agencies for various entitlements to facilitate construction of a new park. Specifically, the city is requesting approval to affirm the Planning Commission's approval of a new name, a resolution to vacate a portion of an alley, a resolution for a general plan amendment, and a resolution for a zone change. Next slide. The site is located at the northeast corner of McFadden and Standard Avenues. It's presently zoned multifamily residence and has a general plan land use designation of low-density residential and open space. The site is just under an acre in size and surrounded by apartments and commercial uses. Next slide. Since 2017, the city has taken steps to facilitate the construction of the park, beginning in 2017 when the site was deeded to the city for purposes of developing a public park. In 2019, the city received a grant of $3.6 million for construction, and in 2021 entered into an agreement with a firm to provide design and construction support services. More recently, in September, the City Council awarded a contract for $3.3 million to construct the park, with a completion target of about 1 year from now in winter 2024. Next slide. The Planning Commission recently took action on the park, voting unanimously on the requested entitlements to approve. However, the Planning Commission included a stipulation to conduct additional public outreach prior to this evening's meeting. That outreach took place on November 15th. A meeting was held nearby at Kennedy Elementary School to further inform the community about the new park and the loss of informal parking spaces on the site. About 15 members of the public attended, with questions arising about safety, design, and restrooms. The meeting was advertised using a variety of means to target as many participants as possible. Next slide, please. This image, looking southeast, shows the site in its present condition. Next slide. And this image shows the site design. The design will feature a play area, shade structures, open turf, skate park, half-court basketball, and will be surrounded by security fencing. Next slide. As part of its actions, the Planning Commission voted to approve the name Gerardo Moet Park after the late and former Parks and Recreation Director for the city. The name was selected following Parks and Rec's crowdsourcing campaign and a recommendation by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. Next slide, please. As part of the project, the city is requesting approval of an abandonment application to vacate a portion of an existing alley in order to relocate the alley. The relocation and abandonment will create a more developable park area. The Planning Commission adopted a resolution finding the requested vacation consistent with the general plan. And moreover, analysis of the request indicates that there are no issues with abandoning this portion, neither in the present or future. All required groups and agencies, such as utility companies, were notified. Next slide. This image shows the abandonment with the relocated alley swinging just to the east to create a more regularly shaped development area for the park. The relocated alley will create more space for uninterrupted park space. Next slide. The requested general plan amendment will designate the site as open space, which is supported by the goals and policies of the general plan. Further, designating the site as open space will ensure the site remains as open space parkland without any private development. The image on top shows the existing land use designations, and the image on the bottom shows the proposed land use designations with a tiny additional sliver required to be designated open space. Next slide. To create consistency with the general plan, the site is also proposed to be rezoned. The rezoning will designate the site as open space, which will match the general plan. The image on top shows the present R3 or multifamily residence zoning, and the image on the bottom shows the proposed open space zoning in green. Next slide, please. The requested actions are consistent with the general plan, specifically policy 1.5 of the community element and policies 1.2 and 1.5 of the open space element encourage development of new facilities for open space, recreation, and active uses. Together, these actions will bring the city closer to its goal of achieving 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. Next slide. The proposed actions are consistent with the previous environmental impact report that was prepared and certified by the City Council for the 2022 General Plan Update. In addition, the actions are exempt under a Class 4 exemption for minor alterations of land. A notice of determination and exemption will be filed for the project, and there's no fiscal impact with these actions. Next slide. Based on tonight's presentation and the staff report, staff recommends affirmation of the Planning Commission's action on the naming. Moreover, it's recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving abandonment number 2023-3, adopt a resolution approving General Plan Amendment number 2023-01, and adopt an ordinance approving amendment application number 2023-01. Happy to answer any land use questions at this time. My colleagues from Public Works and Parks, Recreation, Community Services are joining us as well this evening to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Do any members of the council need to disclose ex parte communications? Are there any questions or comments by the council? I see 2 here. I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Do we have any, Madam Clerk, before I call on the council?
Mayor, we do not have any in-person or Zoom speakers, and we did not receive any e-comments as of 3 p.m. today.
All right, thank you. Councilman Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ali, for the presentation, Public Works, Parks and Rec. Again, exciting developments and projects happening in Ward 6. I'm very happy and excited to see this. I had the honor of attending with staff last week the neighborhood meeting that we had at Kennedy Elementary, as well as going door to door over the last couple of months in the Cornerstone Village to let people know of the changes that were to come into their neighborhood. Very excited about this park. I just want to thank staff and also remind you of the concerns that the neighborhood, not just the Cornerstone Village, but Madison Park across the street has with this, and not just with this particular park, but with every new park asset that we bring on to the city. Very supportive of us moving in this direction, and I'm happy to see these new parks coming, but the worry of the neighborhood is, will this park be usable? Will it be taken over by vagrants, by transients that we often see throughout our city? With these new parks, I hope that we continue to look at ways how we could beef up security and reassure the public that these facilities will be safe. Will be safe for our families to use, for our kids to use. I know in this area of town, open space is very limited, and we want to assure that our families have this open space and access to open space, but we want to make sure that it's safe. So very excited to see this. Happy that we did the appropriate outreach to the community. The one thing I would ask, and I don't know if Ali, you want to handle this or the city manager, but I know that at the meeting, one of the other things that were brought up was we are taking, we're not taking land, but it's city property that has been used for years for their parking. So is there a way that we could kind of collaborate with the shopping centers in the area across the street of ways where we could possibly have some kind of agreement to open up those spaces at night for these families that might feel an impact initially for the loss of parking to be able to park their vehicles across the street? Does that conversation happen?
Councilmember Penaloza, thank you. That concern and that idea was raised at the Planning Commission as well, and I know that is something that the Planning and Building Agency is happy to continue entertaining with our colleagues in Public Works and the City Manager's Office as well to see if the property owners would be amenable to such solutions.
Okay, thank you, Ali. And I just want to also reassure the public that the other concern that I heard was that this park is just a beginning of continued expansion of this park and potentially taking over properties, homes along the area. And I just want to assure the public that there are no plans to expand this park larger than the current footprint that is proposed. All the homes there are there to stay and to enjoy the park for years to come. So those are the only comments I have, Madam Mayor. I will, if you will entertain a motion, I will happily make one.
I'll second your motion, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez.
Councilor Hernandez, your comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank our staff and my colleague, David Penaloza, for advocating for parks. Since I got on this council, I know that he has made advocating for Standard and McFadden a priority. So as your colleague, I just want to say thank you. I'm glad that we share that value here at the Santa Ana City Council, and we can agree that the neighborhood of Cornerstone Village, children and families deserve a park there. So thank you for improving quality of life. Thank you, Public Works and Parks and Recreation, for working in collaboration with each other. This is going to be a fantastic project. Gerardo Moet was a dedicated and devoted City of Santa Ana employee. This park honors his legacy, and we thank all of the residents for their input. I'm looking forward to our vote.
Thank you. So I have a couple of comments here. So Councilor Penaloza, you brought up a great point. You guys, before I even came on here, you did a fantastic job with parks. And what I hear from the community is they love the parks, but then the bathrooms are closed or they're not safe because of homeless issues or transients or whatever it may be. We did a walkthrough of Memorial Park, and we were there to hear about the issues that were going on there, but that's not the only park. So my concern would be, and Chief, I'm not going to say the police department is slow, but we have a security company that we work with, acting city manager. So are we, since we've opened additional parks, are we also talking with our security and possibly bringing on additional staff there as well? So now we're going to have this new park and bathroom area. And if most of us up here, I believe all of us, are very familiar with the area. I see Councilman Vasquez on the speak now. We're familiar with the area, Standard and McFadden, correct? So you asked for parking across the street, Councilman Penaloza. In that parking lot, if my memory serves me right, there's a restaurant/bar. They closed the Stater Brothers, or are about to. So there's a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, there you get calls there in the evening, on the weekends for activity? So that concerns me because now we're asking for parking for our residents or possibly parking for our residents in that parking lot. Then they have to walk home. So for me, it's a huge safety issue that how do we resolve that? We're taking away, how many parking spaces are you taking from that area?
24. 44 parking spaces. is
And Bill,
correct.
you can come up if you like. I have a, thank you. So-
It's about 44 parking spaces.
And those 44 parking spaces are used by who?
We really don't know. It could be resident in the apartments that's surrounding the park right now, or it could be anyone that is in that area. We really don't know who parks there. It is city land and city property that we are reclaiming back, and we want to develop that park there.
And I think the park's great, and I love the name, and that's not my issue. My issue is now we're going to take away 44 parking spaces?
Yes, ma'am.
And we have a problem in our city with parking. So if they're from the apartments or the homes across the street, where are they going to park, right? And so not only that, but there's gang activity in that area. So when you're asking people to park across the street, I guess, did you guys all have this conversation before we talked about, and you might have, and I missed it, and I don't see it here in the staff report, and I wasn't at those meetings, and I don't know if all the rest of the council was, but was there conversation about safety and parking, and how are we going to tackle this?
This park was meant to be a neighborhood park where we don't expect people to drive to it. It's a neighborhood park where, like a lot of our parks, is meant to be not to be driven to, and where you're parking, you are basically attracting the neighborhood to walk to the park. And this park particularly does not have a bathroom. So, and it will be fenced. And again, just talking to Hawk right now, and the development of this park will take a year. So we're going to come back to you to ask for more funding to add to the security company, to add more security if that's the wishes of the council.
Well, I think Hawk has money for more security, so we should ask his department.
I'll be more than happy to take it.
And may I ask, why is there no bathroom? My time's up pretty soon, so I'll come back if it is.
It's how it was initially designed, and again, because it is a neighborhood park, people would come into it and then leave, and not having to be there for a very long time, or you needing a bathroom.
So I have a neighborhood park in my neighborhood,
Right.
as you all know, and there's no bathroom.
Right.
And so they bring in porta potties, or I actually don't know sometimes, and they've been there all day where they're using the bathroom. But they don't all live there. They come in to use the bathroom. So my time's up, so let me move to somebody else, and then I'll come back with additional questions that I have. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, please.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank staff for bringing us this far along in the process. I know this is a plot of land that has been basically abandoned for many, many years, and I'm very happy to see it be used for public good, in this case, a park. And in my 3 years here, time after time, when we have surveyed our residents, they've let us know that they want park space in their neighborhoods. And so this is in alignment with what the residents are requesting. I love the idea of it being a neighborhood park. I would ask if you could add more tables and chairs. I only see one in the rendering. And so because of the concept of it being a neighborhood park, we know that people will use it, and tables and chairs for birthday parties or whatnot are gonna be needed. Another thing that I noticed in the rendering is the shade sail. Thank you so much. It'll be our only park with shade sails, and so if we could add more, just because of the way that the sun rotates. Sometimes I've noticed that the sunshades or the sails don't always cover the entire playground. And also, additionally, with the conversation with parking I think we have to move beyond asking private property owners to be cooperative. What we've seen in Ward 3 is that they often don't want to be in relationship with the city for various reasons. And so I think this is a great opportunity for our entire team here in the city to think about stacked parking and how do we do outreach with these multi-property unit owners to see them invest in stacked parking, which would be beneficial for the city, but also their residents who need it, because we are taking about 40 parking spaces away, and so I'm very cognizant about the burden that is going to have on residents, particularly in this part of the city, which is very working class. And so if we can work with the property owners to make sure that they are aware of the ongoing issues, Mike, this is probably in your area, to reach out to them and to ask them to invest in some sort of stacked parking, I would very much like to receive a report back from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you, staff, for this park and bringing this to us. I love the planning of the park. I love that there's programming, that their spaces are full, that kids are gonna come up and fill it because there's something to do. And that's where we get our safety. As I travel the city and I see Jerome Park, I was playing kickball with Hawk, and it's a beautiful park. It was on Wednesday night, and I could take a run and walk around to warm up, and it felt safe. People are walking their dogs. Families are out there playing on the playground. They're just having a good time. There's kids playing baseball. They take up any place to play soccer. I love Jerome Park and what they did. I just walked around Ed Carruthers Park yesterday. I walk my dog and we go around that park. It's lively, it's open. The restrooms are open till about 8. They were closing them and cleaning them out when I got there, but they were open till 8 and kids were out because they were programmed well. If you program a park well, the community will come out, the community is safety. We have spaces on Bristol that are not programmed, just green areas. So we hope to make some of those areas programmed to have community out. I see it at Roosevelt Walker as well, where kids are playing, there's gardens, there's basketball. As long as we program them well and we make sure that we can fill up all the spaces with community, that will be more security for us. Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to proudly state that I agree with both my colleagues to my left, Councilmember Vasquez and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Definitely agree on the stacked parking, especially in the specific area. That's a great point. So make sure we look to the property owners here and see how we could move in that direction. One thing to point out with the parking that is currently on this alleyway, a piece of land that the city owns, is that I've walked through there multiple times over the last couple of months, and as staff has also noticed and has been brought to my attention by residents, the cars that are there, more than half are from the auto shops right behind the railroad tracks that use that lot to store their cars that they're working on and non-operable vehicles. So I know that there are residents there that will probably see an impact, but a lot of the cars that were there were broken down, being fixed by the shops in the area. So if we could work through code enforcement, and I know that's private our side is public, but the private property side, if we could also see how we could work with that property owner to see, hey, are these your residents? Because there's no permit parking there. So it's a free-for-all of who parks there and how long they stay there. So thank you for that, and thank you, colleagues, for those comments.
Thank you. I just have my final comments, and so appreciate the comments up here about parking and whatnot. So if you recall, I believe that, Hector's Buddies goes across the street. I think we denied some things there with them, so I don't think they're going to be really friendly to say, yeah, we'll allow people to park here. I was kind of chuckling because I look at code enforcement and say, yeah, we want you to go out there. And I don't know that all the cars, I'm sorry? It doesn't matter whether they own land or not. They're going to put up signs and say, we're going to tow your car. That's going to be a whole nother issue. I love the parks. I'm very supportive of it. I think they're phenomenal. We need them. But I also want our residents to be safe, and that's very important. And so, no bathrooms. I understand neighborhood parks. Get it? It's wonderful. And I appreciate all the staff work, and I tell you guys that all the time. But I just want to make sure that we don't have 25, 30, 44 residents here or more saying, you took my parking. So I don't know what you can do to work on that, meet with them all once it starts to say, hey, it's going to affect parking. I know we're doing the parking survey. I think, Stephen, we're almost done with that parking surveys. I'm sorry, acting city manager, I apologize.
Yes, Mayor, we're closing up on that.
And we were in that area as well, correct? We're citywide. So, and then, if we go permits in that area, it's going to be another issue because they're going to have to pay for their permits. So, there's a lot of things to look at. But the park is wonderful, and thank you so very much. Hawk, I know you got some money for extra security with Lions. Just pull it out of your pocket, man. Yeah, I know you got it. So, but thank you all very much. So if there are no other comments, do you have comments? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When you speak, it jumpstarts something in my mind. I'm slow like that, So just a question, when we redevelop this property, will it immediately require the residents to move their cars, not be able to park there, or can we do it in phases so that, we ease into that, buy us some more time?
Hawk's like, go up and answer those questions.
To answer the question, is we most likely start construction late January after we do groundsbreaking for the park. So we're trying to see when we will. So we will notify the residents that is around that area that parking we have already, but we will do it again to let them know that they will be gradually losing that privilege right now. Mm-hmm. And so we'll make it easy on them, hopefully.
And just to confirm, the alleyway, that we're creating, it is not going to be wide enough to have any type of parking, because I guess one of the concerns I would have is overnight someone tries to park on one side.
No, that alley will be accessed not only through the park, but also to the parking further, let's see, east.
Well, I just mean how wide is the alley? Is
further
it
north, sorry, to the other parking spots.
I couldn't tell from the renderings how wide the alley was. Anyone know?
20 feet sounds
So,
like.
because I guess my point, in my experience, when there's an alley that nobody's paying attention to, someone's going to park there illegally overnight when we know that there's a lot of parking issues, right? So I just wanted to raise that as a concern. I think that public open space is something that the city has fought for a very long time, so I'm very supportive. But at the same time, that could become an issue that we don't have right now because there is parking at this time.
Absolutely. We'll make sure that we have signs, no parking in the alley, that's one thing, but, access to the rest or the remainder part of the complex itself, where there is needed way to get to the parking structure, parking areas, most likely that alley will stay open because it will block the traffic from reaching deeper into the parking spaces. Sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Panalosa has another comment.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I think she's geared my mind here. I think what would be great is if we could possibly put some kind of notices on people's windshields, not tickets, not any citations, but just a notice in English and Spanish that will say, hey, by January 30th, I don't know what your date is, but by this date, you will no longer be allowed to park here. And if I have to go out there and do it with some city-provided notices, I'll happily do it, but
we will
just
be
so
more
that
than happy
nobody's
to.
surprised.
You got it.
Thank you, Nabil.
Sure.
So with that also, I would hope that you would go back to the residents that live in that area and say, construction's going to start to take place.
Absolutely.
Cut, what do you call it? Do a ribbon cutting. And
right.
So it's all about communication, because you had 15 people at your community meeting.
Right.
And then you went door to door?
We did. I believe we distributed up to 700 flyers somewhere. It was on the presentation.
Right, and so I just want to make sure, as Councilor Pinellas was saying, because if they get towed, and we don't want to put on the bottom of that notice, you will be towed or anything, just
No,
let them
they will
know.
not be towing. We'll probably fence it off once it's cleared.
And will it be accessible to fire and police? Because it's going to go all the way through, so it will be accessible to fire and
Absolutely,
police.
yes.
Okay. All right, looks like there's no more, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, go ahead.
Yes, so sorry, Director Slaba. A recommendation, because anybody that has walked this area will know that there's a big Cambodian population, so flyers in English and Spanish are not, in order to relay to them as well what's going on, I would suggest doing it in Khmer as well. And then just a question on the alley, is it public?
It would be a public alley. Yes, it would be a public alley, absolutely. It's not private, yes.
Okay, great.
So
So
there
because
would
of
be no
that,
parking on the alley, absolutely.
yeah, so I'm not sure of the width of the alley at this point. I don't know what it would be after the construction. I don't have those dimensions in front of me, but I would like to make a recommendation that because it is public, maybe we can create a parallel parking, if it is allowable, on a first come, first served basis.
I just want to warn the council, the design and the construction contract has been awarded. So design is finished. We're
Okay.
not trying to design the park right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that, I appreciate it. All right, if there's no further comments, we're going to close the public hearing, and I don't see anybody else wanting to speak. No discussion, is there a motion, a second?
Yes, Mayor. We had a motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve the recommended actions for public hearing 38, which includes affirming public facilities naming number 2023-01, adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana summarily vacating a portion of a public service easement adjacent to 1117 South Standard Avenue for abandonment number 2023-03, adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving general plan amendment number 2023-01 to change the general plan amendment land use designations for the properties recognized as assessor parcel numbers 011-251-38 and 011-251-39, and adopting the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving amendment application number 2023-01, rezoning the properties located at 1113, 1117, 1121, and 1125 South Standard Avenue, and recognized as assessor parcel numbers 011-251-17, 011-251-18, 011-251-19, 011-251-20, 011-251-38, and 011-251-39, and associated CEQA actions. And the vote
Thank you,
is-
Madam Clerk.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. Acting City Manager, do you have any comments at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We are hosting our third Winter Village here. As some of you may have just had a preview of the sounds coming from the Winter Village, there'll be Winter Village and Light Extravaganza this year. The official opening, the soft opening is on Friday, December 1st, and the official opening is December 2nd with a tree lighting ceremony at 5:30 p.m. And of course, it includes skating, and skate times will vary, and tickets must be purchased in advance for that. For more information, visit the city's website, and with that, I wish all of you a wonderful holiday.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the council members that did not speak. Councilman Penaloza, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you, staff, forever and ever in your debt for all the hard work that you guys do. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I want to thank the voters of Ward 3 for helping us reject the illegitimate recall that we were forced to face. I know that so many of you were inundated with negative mail, and based on the conversations that I had with so many of you, you were sick and tired of it. So thank you for hanging in there with me. I really hope that, the SAPOA and people on this dais that became the face of the recall learn to respect the will of the voters in the city, that they don't continue to abuse the recall process in the state of California. And I really hope that, the process that you saw unfold this year doesn't happen in the city again. I know that we are under new leadership, and so I am disappointed, to learn that one of my council colleagues was threatened with the recall, and they were told that after they were done with me, he would be next. And so I really hope that doesn't happen, that the taxpayers of the city are not subjected to that kind of abuse anymore. And, I just want to thank all of the residents for their patience, for all of their grace, and for hanging in there. I want to put this behind us, and I want us to continue to focus on the work that my office has been leading. And I want to wish all of you a happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays. I hope that you spend them with the people that you love. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Penalosa, you are ready. So Councilman Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the public who came to today's meeting and shared their insight, their commentary, and their feedback on a number of different issues. As a descendant of Mexican Americans and on my dad's side, a descendant of Native Americans, I want to acknowledge that we are on stolen land. We are on the Ahachman Tongva land. This is not a laughing matter. There were millions of people who were murdered. Native Americans nearly were wiped out of California. So this is a very serious matter to my family and I. The Thanksgiving celebration is not one we take lightly, which is why in Ward 5, our office makes it a tradition to uplift Native families and to give back in the most impacted areas. On Sunday in the Artesia Pilar neighborhood, the Southwest Community Center, which was founded by Miss Annie Mae Tripp, provided warm Thanksgiving meals to over 200 families. We partnered with Catholic Charities OC, Our Lady of the Pillar Church, Greater Light Temple Church, many of the churches that are in that area. We provided warm meals. A number of different partners and sponsors provided turkeys directly to families in need. And yesterday I had the honor of working with my colleague, Councilmember Fan. Thank you for your leadership. We worked with the Santa Anita neighborhood on providing 275 turkey vouchers to residents in Santa Anita. And if I can indulge my neighbors here in Santa Ana, that when you're surrounded with family on Thursday, please remind ourselves that that love is what brings us together. So I hope that your Thanksgiving meal is one that you enjoy with those that you love and that you celebrate on a daily basis. I want to conclude my comments by congratulating the historic victory against special interest. I want to congratulate the voters of Ward 3 on keeping their champion in office, Jesse Lopez. This is a monumental victory that helps us ensure that democracy is at the forefront of dialogue here in Santa Ana. You are not going to recall us in our own neighborhoods. No matter how much money POA looks to bring into our neighborhoods, you are not going to beat us. 2020 showed you. 2023's recall attempt shows you exactly where we stand moving forward. Please invest those union dues in our officers who are working hard on the streets. If you want to build a bridge and a relationship with the community, put those dollars back into the membership, so that these officers can feel valued, so that we can start at a place where we can come together and realize that our mission is the same, and that is to serve Santa Ana residents. This victory is monumental because it turns the tide in favor of the people instead of special interest. I look forward to us working in collaboration to build a bridge so that residents can come first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first I want to begin by wishing everybody a safe and happy Thanksgiving. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to attend the CalNet Leadership Event and the National API Elected Officials Summit. Both of those events took place in San Francisco, and the city did pay for my travel and hotel. I had the opportunity to to represent our city and connect with many AAN HPI elected officials, including many fellow Filipino American elected officials, and share some experiences and ideas and some interesting solutions that we're seeing throughout the United States. another item I want to touch on, and that is, before recently, I would not have believed that any person sitting on this dais would publicly share posts with expletives directed at our city employees, especially those who risk their lives to keep our community safe. I was very, very disappointed when I saw Councilmember Jesse Lopez share a post that said, OMG, yes, F the Santa Ana Police Department. Not the POA, but the police department. Now, in spite of Councilmember Lopez's support of such anti-police rhetoric, I want to remind the brave men and women of the Santa Ana Police Department, many of which protect us here in these chambers, that not everybody on this dais shares those sentiments. In fact, I would say that the overwhelming majority of our residents support our police and do not support comments like those that Councilmember Lopez shared on her social media feeds. With that, good night, everybody.
With that, there's no more further business before the council. I hereby adjourn the council meeting. See you all December 5th, and happy Thanksgiving.
Recording stopped.